Welcome to our latest return to the world of Tears of the Kingdom. We're deep into postgame now. We have finished all shrines, all main quests as of 2 streams ago. And the last time we looked at this, we did a rather large circuit and completed one of the major side adventures, which was, if we can find it here, the one where you tour around the world and take pictures of everything and translate all of the lore. Messages from an Ancient Era, that's the one. We just finished that one. We got a glider skin out of it. Speaking of which, I actually hadn't realized until just now that when we plugged in all of the existing skins that we had collected at the dye shop, they are cleared from your inventory, which means that I don't remember how to track which ones we have already obtained, which might be a little bit of a problem, but we'll have to make a list and check it twice, I think, just to see which zones we have to go on to. And other than that, I think we just need to keep looking for things like side challenges and other quests. But as far as performing more of this game on stream goes, our main order of business here is going to be to finish 60 out of 60 side adventure components if we can. And at some point, we'll do the finale again, so once we haven't seen it in its completionist form, having attempted it previously with no paraglider, and therefore without having cleared a lot of the later stages of the quested events. In the meantime, we should see if there is anything else I need to do here for various quests. There is at least taking a picture of the tapestry, I think. So we do have to be aware of anything that we need to do here. There was also out of the inn. We never found this. Something about the survey tent. We actually never did this, so we should clear out what we can. Yeah, teach me a lesson is something multi-stage, so we should take a picture of the Calamity Tapestry first for the quest, and I think that's probably the main thing we need to do here, other than perhaps finally figuring out out of the inn. After that, we're going to head on over to the fort just to clear it out. It's warmed up with some combat again. At some point, we should actually hit up the research lab and update the Pura pad. We're so far into this game, and we still haven't done this very basic thing. Mostly because Robbie was unavailable for the longest time. Anyway, if you don't believe it, what do you believe? Are you okay? And, oh yeah, they're still a little bit in shock. Alright, yeah, we're just getting reoriented here. We've got, what is it, 463 Koroks, not that it matters. We're still missing 4 Sages' Wills. We're mostly going to be focused on quests at this point. We still have to figure out how to cook the veggie cream soup, because that's the thing precluding me from getting one of my horses up to 5 stars in every stat. So we still need to figure that out at some point. The first thing will be the tapestry, so let's get into HQ. Left it out again. Yes, you did. And yeah, finished that quest. Now, tapestry should have been somewhere in here, right? Here's the map. I thought it was in here. I think it's upstairs. I know I saw it and noticed it very early on our first time here. Ah, Impa's located here now, too. And yes, that's right. Impa is looking at her memories of the Calamity. And yeah, we have a bit of dialogue we haven't seen before. Perhaps you recognize what is shown on this screen. Oh, yeah, we do. I mean, it took us 100 years to sort that thing out. The Calamity, and I'm just going to pretend I've forgotten the events of Breath of the Wild like everybody else apparently has. The Demon King of ancient times brought back to existence in the form of hatred manifest. Yeah. And yeah, one of the very few acknowledgements of the plot of Breath of the Wild, in fact. Despite the ambiguous amount of time that has elapsed since. enough time, it seems, that memories have already drifted. This is, of course, a classic narrative maneuver known as You Know, Bob. And yeah, we know that we have to take a picture of this. Why not drop by and take the lesson yourself, because we already need, or rather already know what we want to do with it here, which is screen depicting the calamity. $62 out of 64. Yeah, we need to clear that at some point. And then, oh, maybe something's been updated. Probably not. No, we've read all this. Okay, now we need to figure out this out of the inn, probably. We should maybe even use the quest tracker for once, since that's something we hardly ever do. I don't remember what this map designates. I feel like I've dealt with this before. Oh, this is for the Ring Ruins. Which means that we should, in fact, look at it. Yeah, because that just marks the location in the lake. It makes the 5 parts of the ruins visible. I think we had visited them all several times. And why is this one? Okay. Yeah, the ping here, I think, is for the village, not for the inn in the village. Not the survey team itself. Tents are located in 4 different areas. Yeah, we should actually maybe ping this once. Then we'll see what to do. Not that it helps me at all when we are in pro mode and don't look at the map. But we'll take care of that somehow. Also maybe look for ingredients. Not close. I don't think we need anything here. We bought it up hundreds of hours ago. And are just in the process of upgrading everything. So, let's continue. And see what we can do over here. Zypher coming in with a party of 8. I want to give you a big shout out. Once I can find the appropriate location in the interface. And I hope Pokemon Scarlet and Violet has been going well for you. I don't know how close you are in that game to some of the expansion content. I know there's a Nintendo Direct tomorrow, and there will probably be something Pokemon involved. So yeah, Kawanger, welcome. Zypher, welcome. Hope you've been doing very well over there. I originally had some other plans for this week, but then I thought, okay, Direct is tomorrow, things might get patched, things might get announced, or otherwise changed. We'd better just hang out and do more Zelda today. I am deep into postgame at this point, but we are just hanging out and mopping up quests. You have been checking out the DLC, I see. I don't play Scarlet and Violet, so I don't have a sense of what's in the past, but I hope that's been very enjoyable for you. Also, we have a cookpot here, which tells me we should make another attempt to figure out the cream soup, which has been this enduring mystery since I refused to look anything up. It was something here. I think we have to look at the wheat recipes. It might just be a combination of the wheat and the... Yeah, because you can make the soups with wheat milk butter. Yeah, I think you definitely need wheat and milk for it, which we haven't done with very much. There's the meat stew. Pumpkin stew. Yeah, maybe you just add some veggies to it. Carrot stew, so we'll have to try it. And, yeah, Mr. Bono, welcome as well. So, hope everybody had a fun time over there. We just finished 100% in Pikmin 4 last week, so my schedule between now and Super Mario Wonder has opened up somewhat. Yeah, we're gonna try this. We're very low on wheat, but so the thing I'm figuring out is that there are two separate recipes. There's cream of vegetable soup and veggie cream soup, and they're not the same thing. And I'm not looking anything up, but I have made cream of vegetable soup several times. But I've never made veggie cream soup, and we're trying to figure that out. That's been a big mystery. Let's do this, and just to see what actually comes out. Because we don't have something like this in the recipe book yet. And then we'll just plug it in. So we haven't tried the wheat and milk combo very much. Melty, cheesy bread. That's not a soup. Oh, did I use cheese by mistake? I used cheese by mistake. No, I didn't want to use cheese. I was trying to find butter. No wonder. I used the wrong thing. I'm so low on wheat. Okay, there we go. Never pull out the cheese when you intend to use butter. You don't wind up with a soup, and here you wind up with chili milk. Okay, so that's not helpful either. Chili milk in spite of the fact that we... Oh yeah, because we put the cool in it. We should do something else with this, like... Yeah, I'm guessing that maybe it'll just be a set of milk recipes. We just do this. Anyway, we're just messing around. I do want to see if I can figure it out by myself. It solves so many problems about it's just milk that is heated for more milk. We've made that mistake a few times. Anyway, we're almost out of wheat. Let's stop fooling around with this and let's actually just eat some roasted acorns to clear them from inventory. Okay, so we're still at 9 rows, which is good because the cap is 12. Yeah, we'll figure it out someday. Anyway, for now, we wanted to find the bed. And we should just build a vehicle for this, but whatever. We're taking things slowly. And I actually should put on the Korok mask as well. Which means we'll have to switch out of the full suit here, as fancy as it may be. Let's go Korok and maybe climbing gear. Which we only have 2 pieces of, actually, so there's something to do there, too. At some point. So yeah, I hope you're looking forward, everybody who came into the Nintendo Direct. That's actually just in a couple of hours. I have no specific expectations. Right, I wanted to look at the map to see what's available here. I think we're pretty good on all of this stuff except for fans. We're actually pretty low on parts to exchange at this point, so we won't mess with it too much. So anyway, we're looking for the encampments. We actually should build a vehicle here. Oh, actually, no, you can see the encampments. And I think I have been to each of them, but we'll head over there anyway. And yeah, we saw all of that. I just need to find the beds. So. Anyway, let's keep traversing. Just make it up to each of the camps. Here's something I'm still getting accustomed to using. Yeah, one thing I noticed, which we know well from many games, is just how different the world in general feels, and traversal feels, because of just the ease of the power of flight in this game. Using Master Sword for its intended purpose here to swat some bees. There we go. Actually walking on would be nice. Because, of course, in Breath of the Wild, it does seem like you engage with the world at ground level quite a bit more. Look for resident specialists. We've seen this already. Oh, this is one of the bed locations. There are 4 of them. This one I think is already the topmost one. We'll look for the tent locations and see if we can find out where everything is. Yeah, I don't remember what it was we were missing about this, but... yeah, this is just marking the inn. That's not what we need. Let's just explore. We've been here. Right, because previously we were kind of locked out of some of these locations. For plot reasons. Wind, flame, water, lightning, and time, light. Yeah, exactly. We've got all the sages. And of course, now that we have actually completed the game before, we have much more context for all of that. I don't particularly care about that camp right now. Let's just move on. And maybe it was that tent over there. Because that was one that we were blocked off from previously. Would make sense. Check up here as well. And yeah, like I said, we do still have a reason to return to the sky at some point to find the 4 remaining sages' wills. Located in obscure treasure chest somewhere. I really have no idea how to find what we would be missing just because we've done such a poor job of tracking what I do have. Oh, I totally forgot to snap some photos of this stuff for the log. Including the Silent Princess, that would have been a nice one. I mean, we can just drop these at any point, and we will need to clear things out a bit. Yeah, Silent Princess is pretty easy to come by, like right here. Oh, we already took it, in fact. Okay, so we do see the tent across over there. I can't believe I would have missed it, but you never know. Well, let's just sail on across and see what happens. Yeah, we just need to hit the tent locations until we've built the quest. Very early game content that we knew about from first week with the game back in May, but which we're only doing now because we just hadn't gone back to it. We've hardly been back to Kakariko at all. Okay, is this it? Oh, wake up. I love you, hearty truffle. I guess we need to give him a truffle. I hope I haven't cooked all of mine. Where's the inn owner? Is it this guy? Yeah. Okay, we finally found him at least. He wants a truffle. We'll give him a truffle. Ah, we've already got a truffle. Walking along under that waterfall? Well, that's okay. We'll just grab one later. Record of the fight with a Demon King? Yep. Left something behind? Yep. We know all about that. Natcat, we are obviously going to read that, even though Claire didn't have enough room available to finish it. In the realm of Zelda, after the game is through, a post-game quest awaits. A story anew. Link embarks on his journey with sword and shield to vanquish evil forces that refuse to yield. Through Hyrule's vast landscapes, he dons roam in search of hidden treasures and secrets to comb. He meets quirky characters along the way who offer aid and guidance. Come what may, the adventure unfolds with whimsical cheer as Link explores realms both far and near. With each new challenge, something something. Anyway. Claire didn't finish the quest. Even King's Return. Yeah, we know about the Sage's preparations, but let's get him off the slab. Okay. Fungus of my dreams, your aroma is unmistakable. You may hide, but my nose knows. Okay, let's make sure we haven't cooked all of our hearty truffle, and we'll give him one. Because I do tend to cook them all. Hearty truffle, here we are. And we'll drop it on him. Oh. So yeah, Natcat, hope you're doing well. Nintendo Direct incoming very shortly, as you know. My dear hearty truffle, I have you now. Was that just a dream, and where am I? Okay. Now we've finally unlocked the inn in Kakariko Village. What is it? I don't know, 430 hours into the game? Something ridiculous like that. Yeah, Natcat, it's the kind of general seasonal one. That goes up to winter, so probably release dates up to February, March, etc. And yeah, I haven't been following much either, simply because I've been so buried in actually playing games this year that I've really not been in the market for more games other than Mario Wonder in October. In fact, I really didn't intend to buy anything for the rest of this year other than Mario. Because I'm so buried in backlog at this point. Anyway, let's take a look at this log. Large Ring Ruin. And yeah, we know all about that. Oh, don't stand on the slab. Okay, fine. He doesn't like that. Juicy rumors, I paid him no mind. There are always some people who claim to have leaks, of course, with varying levels of credibility. And I find that, you know, the people who follow that closely on social media tend to be the ones who are just persistently disappointed with every single direct. Siguru never comes down. Let's take a look at Siguru. We must have met him already. I'm flying around this thing so many times since the beginning of the game. Yeah, I find that I have watched so many Nintendo Directs at this point that I find that they always deliver, in terms of quantity, pretty much exactly what I expect. Sometimes you have things that go missing for a long time. One very prominent item being, for example, the Splatoon 3 expansion, which we're over a year into Splatoon 3 and there's no sign of it yet, so that's something that, you know, is a pretty reasonable expectation. Mario Kart, the final courses, that's pretty reasonable to expect. And, anyway, Ruins Investigation. Yeah, people have fun before the Direct, they just have this emotional crash afterwards when they get angry that it didn't live up to their own speculation. Anyway, we might as well talk to this guy because, you know, we've explored all the Sky Islands. Clearly, we need to know what they are. Yeah, because I'm doing a lot of this content that a lot of players, I think, are expected to encounter in about the first dozen hours of the game. And of course, I'm doing this long after I've seen the whole map. Pretty much. And I find that the more I play this and the more I see the early game content, the more I realize that there's actually quite a lot of tutorial in some ways to catch people up if they didn't play Breath of the Wild. And a lot of introductory exposition we never saw. The whole Zonai legacy is up there, yeah. Because we've explored everything. It's like trade and free agency rumors in sports, exactly. We're not sure what lives up there. And... there we go. Try talking to Corey. She's a resident plant expert. And yeah, that's something to do with the Sundelion. I don't know if we'll actually get a quest out of this, but... armor made with Zonai tech. Oh, that's one thing, is I still want to find the remaining Zonai armor pieces that match the one that's the energy saver. Because we only have the mask for it so far, which we got from this guy. So, bigger the Sky Island, to bigger the settlements. And he tells me about a Tarrytown balloon, which is actually one of the first things we saw in the game, because Tarrytown was one of the first locations I wanted to visit. Of course, we have plenty of means for flight at this point. Yeah, Netcat, I don't know if you had any particular professional leagues in mind when you said that about, you know, your unrestricted free agents signing up for the coming season. Anyway, let's get up here. Oh, yeah, we found this guy long ago. That's a pretty obvious place to check. And what was the neighboring island here? Yeah, we've been there. We can actually untag this at some point. We just need to go back to the inn. Oh, that's fine. We'll do that. And then, what was even in the island? We've been here. We found one Korok. This was probably a fight. At some point we need to do some treasure hunting, but we'll just leave it for now, I think. Why did I mark this with a heart in the sky? I have no idea. I don't myself follow gymnastics, but I hear a lot about gymnastics because I know somebody who does. Like, I know somebody who really, really knows gymnastics. That's, I used to read a lot of... This was over a decade ago. I used to read a lot of hockey bloggers, even when I was not in Canada and therefore not really watching hockey. And it's funny because a lot of them were kind of the first generation of applying advanced analytics to hockey, the way that, you know, baseball had the whole Moneyball revolution with advanced stats. And nowadays, enough hockey stats are named after people that were from that generation of hockey bloggers that I hear their names come up in commentary where people will talk about, you know, this and that's number or various metrics they came up with. And actually a lot of those guys who started off as hockey bloggers wound up doing things like analytics work for professional teams. They were hired on as data specialists. Yeah, Simone Biles is back. That was definitely a major event in the gymnastics world. And I had heard about the Oakland A's thing as well. I know that apparently they are headed to Vegas. I don't know how much of it has been finalized yet, but I think, you know, there's some there's something going on with Oakland as a city in terms of the municipal government's fractious relationship with the team owners and such. But yeah, I read a lot about baseball when I was very young. I didn't actually watch that much of it. And partly because, you know, when you're not in the United States, you're not really going to attend that much baseball. Although a couple of years ago, I actually did see the Cubs play in Wrigley Field, and that was kind of an experience to go to one of the last remaining historic stadiums that's still in active use. But yeah, the main sport, so to speak, that I actually followed in the 2010s was not a physical sport, but StarCraft 2. Because, you know, I was kind of there at the foundation of Twitch and the first generation of modern esports as part of the audience for that. Like, we used to go to pubs to watch it before that was really a thing for other games, and before there was such a thing as an esports bar. And so I did get to know some of the people who were involved in building the first generation of esports bars back in Europe. No more watching it in for me. It's a high-quality concoction made of 4 sticky frogs and a goblin horn. Yeah. Yes, we'll have the recipe for that. And so we've finally filled in this very, very early game quest, and this guy's still screaming about truffles. We found the slabs. And we don't really need to sleep here. Yeah, so League of Legends, I have a lot to say about this. I actually don't play League of Legends, but League of Legends and Dota 2 were founded on the basis of the most popular mod for Warcraft 3, which is a real-time strategy game. So two of the kind of classic real-time strategy games were StarCraft and Warcraft before it became World of Warcraft, right? And that was one of the main genres I used to play. I've kind of fallen out of that a little bit in recent years, but you know, those are extremely complex games where you're managing entire armies, right? And your attention is always all over the place, and they also tend to be solo competitive formats. So you play 1v1, and it's just a matter of who cracks under pressure first, and it's very intense. And so League of Legends and Dota 2 were based on a mod that was called Dota, Defense of the Ancients, for Warcraft 3, and we're going to try to talk while I'm heading over to Fort Hatino over here. Let's ride out of town and then talk. And they've gained immense popularity partly because they were team-based, so they would be 5v5 games where there's a very different sense of individual responsibility, because instead of commanding an entire army, you would be commanding a single hero, right? So it would kind of be like an RPG in the sense of developing your character, except over the course of, say, half an hour on a team of 5. And so because they were a team sport, they had a very different kind of spectator appeal, and also a much more casual player appeal, in that they were just much... Like, they have a very high skill cap there, but they're much easier games to learn mechanically because you're just controlling one character. And so, in the StarCraft scene, I have to admit that, you know, I'm actually kind of very judgmental of League of Legends in a way, and I've always had a bit of a grudge against it, because basically StarCraft 2 was kind of perfectly positioned as the game that was literally there as the reason for the birth of Twitch, because Twitch used to be a service called Justin.tv, and then they kind of spun it off into something that was dedicated to computer games and esports, and StarCraft 2 was the reason for that. And so it was perfectly positioned to be like the great esport, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful game. And then due to a couple of you know, problems with mismanagement, and of course, League of Legends just having a much more casual-friendly appeal to it. Now, League of Legends just completely took over as the premier competitive esport for the longest time, and basically a lot of talent and a lot of money and sponsorship, like a lot of that just drifted away from StarCraft, and kind of consigned RTS back into being a niche genre again. And so, as somebody who's, you know, very much more of a StarCraft purist and never liked Dota when it was taking over the Warcraft mod scene, I was never particularly keen on that development, let's just say. So that's my response to any questions about League of Legends is, you know, I have a bit of a grudge against it. So, it's not entirely rational. But anyway, what is this? Link makes ready use of the jump slash, leaping into the air and swinging his weapon down with practice ease. We've never actually talked to this camp. Oh yeah, okay, Captain Hawes is just training everybody. And so if over 400 hours in the game, we have a tutorial message about the jump slash, which is great. It goes like this. Does StarCraft 2 still have a good presence on Twitch? Yes, I would say so. Considering that it's a game that's been around since 2010, yeah. It's kind of a niche, but it's the king of its own particular niche, which is, you know, classic real-time strategy games where one person commands the whole army. It's not in as great shape competitively anymore because a lot of the official support for it wound down. Blizzard stopped developing it a few years ago, and its team for it basically all left. Right now, a lot of the former StarCraft developers are finishing a game called Stormgate, which is currently in alpha, and which you'll be hearing a lot more about on my stream as it gets closer. Oh. Anyway, let's get over to the fort, and let's get caught up in the fray. So Stormgate is heavily expected to be the next big magnet for the RTS community, simply because, I mean, there's a lot of goodwill in it when it comes to the developers and the people involved, because they are the people who basically, you know, kept StarCraft 2 alive for most of the 2010s, and they've learned a lot of lessons from it, including a lot of people who were hired out of the community. So, yeah, the thing about StarCraft is that it used to be absolutely massive in South Korea, where it was the foundation of like this whole professional league system and team house system and training regimen in South Korea that made it such a dominant force in esports generally. But due to a couple of reasons, again with legal issues and mismanagement and some other things, StarCraft 2 never recaptured the same popularity as StarCraft 1 in South Korea, and you can kind of tell that, you know, while there is still an elite competitive scene, it has been aging and it hasn't been growing any younger. That is a lot of the same people who are still champions, say, 5 years ago. They're still the ones who are active, even though some of them had to go to their 2-year military service in South Korea and then come back from that afterwards. This tutorial beats Xenoblade for the latest time in a game to appear. Yeah, the way I play this game, yeah. Definitely. We actually haven't seen these guys at all, I don't think. This crew on duty here, no time to chit-chat. Oh, here's the captain. Let's charge with him. And so yeah, any user, we're essentially doing early game content in the post-game, which is what happens when you don't pick up the paraglider, right? So, and don't visit Lookout Landing until almost 400 hours in. Anyway, let's bring peace to Hyrule. Look at these guys with their mops. I think they're going to take on the entire camp. The entire camp of the silver grade enemies, they're just going to charge into them with their mops. Begin the attack! Anyway, we'll play this. What am I even holding in terms of tools? Ah, we don't care. royal bow. Yeah, that'll do. Should have gotten a headshot in this. We'll just stay on the Master Sword until we have a reason to switch out. Whoops. You know what? We'll just keep on jumping off the horse. There we go. Then... Sure, might as well pelt this guy a bit. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't stream and play at the same time off my PC, otherwise I would stream some RTS. But I'm actually hoping to improve my setup a bit before Stormgate officially releases, because that's going to be a very big deal for me. Anyway, we're taking more damage than expected. You know what? Let's just drop some lightning on these guys. Because we can. Alright. Then... Whoa. We should actually put on some real armor instead of wearing a Korok mask, but that's okay. Anyway, this is not exactly a lot of finesse in this battle here, but we can also ride the mech. Oops. Okay, we should actually dismount here and eat up, because I've been taking way too much damage. I'm playing this very recklessly. Because we're late enough in the game that I no longer really take it that seriously mechanically, I think. Okay, slap. Come on. Okay, dismount. Then... I think a lot of these guys have been knocked out. Where's my sword? Oh yeah, Master Sword is out of action. Let's bring up something else. Sledge. What do we use here today? Soldier 4. Why not? Anyway, that's what happens when you charge into this Camp Leader mobs. Yeah, this guy's defended. We can actually do the fire and glider combo now, since we actually have a glider, but we'll consider that. By that I mean this old thing that is the bread and butter of Breath of the Wild. Which we basically didn't use in Tears of the Kingdom because I had no glider. But this was how I did most of the big fights in Breath of the Wild. Just light something on fire and go. Craft is still up and running, in fact. And we'll just pelt this guy. They have plot armor, they don't need good weapons, exactly. Especially when you upgrade plot armor to 2 stars and get the set bonus.
Hi.
Okay, what do we get off of him this time?
Oh.
Yet another incredible battle. You've saved us once again. How many more of these are there? We'll see. Might tell us his next location.
Oh.
The true battle is yet to come. The Blood Moon.
Oh.
Okay. They're having a good time, these guys. What a merry band. So I don't know if there are any more segments to this, because we've done a few. We'll drop this thing here and pick up some proper weapons, perhaps. Well, Hobber's probably a lot better. I don't really like using the two-handers very much, to be honest. Oops. I mean, technically a spear is a two-hander, but much swifter one. What am I even using for a shield? Dragonbone Boko. Yeah. We can change up for Royal, I guess, but... Yeah, there's a Royal 65, yep. Definitely. Maybe even just put a broadsword here. Since the one-handers have been serving me pretty well. Yeah, whatever. We'll leave it. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty well stocked on weapons. I don't actually care. Oh, here is another little monument from Zelda. I dedicate this monument to the memory of the souls lost to the calamity. Of course, this would be the place to do it, since this was the last line of defense in Breath of the Wild. Okay. Okay. Rusty. Over here. Yeah, I think we've seen what we want to see. Okay, so what next? I guess we would want to ride towards the Tino village and then finally finish the school quest part 1 and also hit the tech lab to upgrade the Pura pad. After all this time, let's clear some of the plants out of this. And the slabs as well, since we've turned them all in now, we don't need them anymore, and that will clear up a lot of space. We'll keep the monsters in case we want any of them in the diorama. What was this even? Oh, treasure chest. Probably photographed it for the log. Yeah, this was just what we originally needed for the first quest. We'll just ditch all the non-monster stuff. More horses and such. Yeah. Very photogenic horse, but we don't actually need to keep the picture. Good old gull pictures like back in Wind Waker. And yeah, we'll just trash a lot of this stuff to clear space. Okay, that's done. I still want to get a blue-white frogs if we can to fill in the diorama of the frogs. But we will get rid of this stuff. That'll clear some space. And then, what do we do here? Let's take a look at the adventure log. Yeah, 49 out of 60 on that step now. Let's see what we have ahead of us. There's the tech lab and there's the collection. These are the only ones that we know of right now. Possibly you have a lot of quest steps after this in these two, but we'll find that out later. Shrine quests have been done long ago. Are we near any of these? Teach me a lesson. Yeah, that's got to be the next thing in this area. Alright, in that case, let's just ride towards the village. And eventually figure out that cream soup. We actually still have some treasures to fill in the depths as well, I think. Do I have any X's? We have X marks the spot over here. Some things are kind of regionally defined, and so we missed some spot in the bottom right, where all of the Wind Waker set was located. Basically, every single named location in the depths has a treasure chest, and I realized that late enough that there were a few locations we never checked, and I just have no way to remember what those were. But basically, if there's a name on it in the depths, there is a treasure chest there. And we noticed that some time ago. Okay. Let's just ride then, and we'll see. I'm gonna clean up some of these tags too. Just to have more stamps available again. And I'm sure we're missing some caves, but we'll deal with that later. It's kind of nice to just be on the horse again after flying around the whole map for so long. Just to see some things at ground level, just like in the previous game. If we could go around, of course. There we go. Maybe farm some Lionels along the way. I know there was one that was kind of around a bend. Oh yeah, and what about this guy who was... I think it was in Breath of the Wild that there was definitely a shrine over here at that point, and there was the cabin and everything. I don't know if we've even seen that in this game. I don't remember. We do want lots of bee honey. We need that for upgrades, so... Where's my bow? Did I break it? I broke it. Alright, Zonite bow it is. And then... this weapon is totally overkill. Do we have my Master Sword? No, we don't. Do we have something to poke this with? I actually don't really care. We'll just get our companions to deal with it. Yellow Chew. Let's just get one of them to slap it. Okay. I keep accidentally mounting on the Minoru mech. Okay. Oh yes, here's the cabin. I don't remember if we visited it in this game. And even if I have, it would have been long enough ago that... who knows? Yeah, Calip's journal. Calling out the upheaval. Researcher from the survey team. Yeah, for anybody who arrives here without having hit Kakariko first. Lots of pointers everywhere on the map. For those who like to follow hints. Right, it's the guy... yeah, no. I actually didn't realize it was the same guy who sort of expects to be baited as a great researcher. He's the one who's hanging out here in Breath of the Wild. I actually didn't realize it was the same character. But it's a little something to pick up on from the first game if you're looking for these minor connections in the supporting cast. Yeah, well, stay at ground level so we can loot more bee honey along the way and also potentially run into Koroks, who knows. Pretty sure we have been here many times. But yeah, it branches off this way. And then you will check this area because I think this was where the monuments were. Yeah, because this was a shrine location in the first game, and it looks like there's a cave in this area that we have not uncovered. And the Korok we have not uncovered, so we have not been here. Also, let's see if we can get a picture of the little bunny here. The Loopy. I don't think we had photograph on them yet. Got a orange outline rather. Try to get a better shot. Yeah, that'll suffice. If we can get closer, that'd be better, but there we go. Much, much better. Off center a bit, maybe. But yeah, we'll follow him to the cave, but I want to see about this Korok first. probably just up the big tree. But we shall see. Yeah, knowing significant locations when Breath of the Wild actually does help, even if it is just very minor side content. Okay, so it's somewhere around here. Maybe another tree or something. Somewhere placed a rock. Oh, no, here it is, Ascension. Okay. Well, let's see if there's anything to interact with. There is the cave right there, so we'll see that. And this is one that I've not discovered. I'm pretty sure. Discovery. Rubber drop-off. Treasure sleeps beyond the path shown by the stone statues. Okay. Is it by these stone statues? Or is this other stone statues within? Let's see. I'm going to take stock of whether this is a visual clue. If it is, I can't tell. Well, let's go in, and maybe it's referring to stone statues in here. So let's try to nab this guy. Before he hightails it out of here. Ah, yes, okay. So you follow where the stones are looking. I'm pretty sure that's would be it. Is my mech in here? It isn't, so load up this way. I mean, we can explore the other paths too and just fight some Horriblins. We probably will just try to explore everything at some point, but let's follow the statues for now and see what happens. Oh, blue one. Drop him and then smack. Okay, what have we got? Statues. Pretty simple then, probably. So we're paying attention. We'll grab some more bomb flowers while we're at it. We'll probably need to explore the whole system anyway to find the bubble frog. Alright, so everybody is looking... Oh, they're gonna slap before I can actually get to him. Oh well, that's fine. Interesting. Some of these are looking inbound, some of these are looking out, but out towards this rock, which we need to bust. We could just bust all of them, I don't see why not. We'll just open up every path we can for maximum confusion. It's not going to be this way, but we'll take this guy out. We just unlock him here. Speaking of stun locking, I'll just earthquake him while everybody else does a slapping. Whoops. I was going to pick up that bomb flower, and that was not the intended interaction. You don't actually need a climbing gear in here. Let's switch to something a bit More protective. Just for the time being. And yeah, we'll smash everything. Why not? Yeah, everybody's looking inbound except the one looking outbound, and so we follow that one, but... like I said, we do have to check everything. Opal over here. Bit of a drop over there before we commit to anything like that. Let's open this up. Oop. Yeah, a lot of passages here to look at. The bubble frog will probably take some time. And once we get a treasure. Ah, yes, and there's a drop in the middle, which is great. Let's sneak over here. And yeah, looks like this is a Boss Boko squad with some fire, which... oh, we can probably just drop some barrels on them. Or, yeah, jump down and... what do you think about how to do this spectacularly? Let's go lightning. Oh. Oops, shouldn't have smacked that guy directly. He was still holding tons of fire food. Oh, didn't mean to do that either. Anyway, these guys are going to try to make their phalanx formation, I'm sure, and then just make sure we grab the prime meat before it's roasted. Oh, into the bloom. Okay, there's Blood Moon anyway, so we'll just get to fight him again. Like all these guys again. Actually, yeah, that guy just drowned, so that's okay. We'll go down there and loot that since it's valuable. Another gloomy here. Yep, and so Blood Moon revives everything. We'll just smack them all again. Grab all the chew jelly before it explodes. Well, okay, it explodes. And yeah, we'll drop into the center anyway. Because that would be a good idea. Oh, we should have taken a photo of the silver boss, but oh well. Yeah, probably something good in the crates, but we don't care. I like how we're still discovering such extensive areas this far into the game. It's probably just gonna be a 1-for-1, yeah. I don't know if I should be trading fruit for chew jelly. I'm just going to do a 1-for-1 trade anyway. Opal is always nice. Not a lot of upgrades are required heavily. Now this looks conspicuous. 135. Maybe we need to place rocks here or something. Also, we actually do need more of these sticky frogs or sticky lizards. I think we need sticky frogs. The sticky lizards we might have in abundance. One of the stickies, anyway, we need for something important. Anything that could be picked up? There are ascension points here, which might be important. If you look at a ceiling, that looks like it's a conspicuous clue. But the thing about ascend is that we can always test our position with it. 3 and 5, huh? Wonder what that could mean, but we'll see. Okay, so that gives you the bubble frog. But then this chamber is large enough that it looks like all of these possibilities might get you to the right places. So what is up with this 1, 3, and 5? Well, we'll find out. Ah, okay, so this is Mystical Treasure. They do get you into separate rooms, so we need to know how to get back out of here then, if we do that. We'll go over to Bubble Frog first, and then we'll go. And then what's the 5? Yeah, because possibly we need to come back down into this cave system to do each one, and unless there's a good way out. Okay, no, 3 and 5 both get you to the Bubble Frog. Bubble Frog probably is the one we should do first, then, and we'll come back for Mystico's treasure. Okay. Oh, I should have taken a picture of that. Oh well, that's fine. The more you know. Anyway, ride our mining mech a little bit. I can actually pick up lizards with her as well, which is excellent. Should be able to drop back down. Okay, so we head there. Then we go back up again for the treasure. I don't remember what gear set was in this zone, but we'll also see all the things we failed to loot. Which earlier in that fight. Yeah, actually, it shows you treasure is right here. And it's labeled with 3. That was our clue. Okay, let's keep going. And over here. Okay, which piece will we get this time? We're about to find out. Yeah, good old standard treasure chest. Let's smack some other things first. have? Barbarian helm. Great. Did I complete the set? Let me check. Where is it? And yeah, there we go. We've got the barb set. Look at that. We just completed a barb level. Then, yeah, we can just get out of here. That's it for this cave. And then probably just continue. Yeah, I guess I haven't really explored this area very much at all. I've been up here many times, of course, but never really looked at this in too much detail. Oops. Alright, let's get out. Somewhat. Right, this takes you up to the bubble frog level, so yeah, it was ideal to do the middle layer first, but that's okay, we're not pretending to be optimal. Alright, that's done. Puts you right in the middle of all this. Let's continue. Oh, we got a CC hat wearer.
Hi.
Generic clothing, yep. What happens if you wear the barb set? Talk to her, does she respond to that? We'll also wear the CC hat and see if she responds to that.
Ah.
Okay, nope. But what if we go? Where's my CC hat? There we go.
Oh.
Nope. A new CC piece. Okay, so she does talk about it, at least. I actually want to see what CC makes of the Ancient Heroes aspect. That's something that we want to see her commentary for. In the meantime, though, we are going to get back into Korok Pass. And this doesn't matter, probably climbing, just to be effective at things. Is that an Addison quest I have not done? Yes. We haven't seen one in ages. Possibly months. Tells you that I just haven't played here. Yeah, I don't know how far off we are from finishing all of these, but there are clearly very many left in the world. Yeah, I can't even remember the last time we did one of these. It would have been way, way back. We'll definitely need to slide a piece in here and then support it from both sides, but we'll do that. And probably slide another one in here as well. Yeah, we'll stick things together. Let's stabilize this first. Come on, where are you? Make it stand up. Probably hold the middle in place. I don't exactly know how this one's going to tumble, but we'll be reasonably effective about it, perhaps. Two diagonals here. It's been very gratifying to do one of these as a side activity. Really wanted to stand out of the game. Okay, this is kind of suspended in a way that will not work well, but Yeah. Right, because it's sitting a bit high. That's okay. We don't care. We'll slip in another piece over here. And maybe a reinforce over there. And let's see how this is going to go. Yeah, good enough. Not ideal, but we could have made it a little more efficient. Yeah, no idea how far off I am on giving this guy some rest. We haven't seen any kind of indication that tells us where we might find him or how many we're missing. And just one measly sunflower. Yeah, he's still all over the map. That's why I don't expect to really get a true 100% guide in this game. There's just too much to do. We'll at least fill the side adventures, I think. It can't be too difficult to locate. This guy holding anything good? Probably not. Oh, okay. We'll let you guys do the work. Maybe toast him. But wood. Yeah, we don't really care. Let's just keep going. I know there's a Lionel fight somewhere around this area too, but I wonder what happened to that little riding track as well. There are a lot of locations that we knew well in Breath of the Wild that we've... Oh yeah, this is the riding track over here. I don't think I've visited this at all in this game, and so maybe there's something there this time, whereas in Breath of the Wild it was rather blank. We'll take a look at it. There's probably still nothing there. Mostly here is just as a little reference to Ocarina of Time or some such thing. Yeah, it feels like we would have checked some of this previously, but oh, maybe not. And, oh, there's Blood Moon already. I thought we just had one. Oh, I see. No, it's Gloom. Okay. Yeah. And, okay, let's fight Phantom. I won't even get a photo of him. Oh, we should get a photo of the hands, too. Okay. Look at it. Gotta be quick. Nope. Nope. Come on. I actually do want to see you guys. Oh, that's a high roll herb. That's not even a hand. Okay. I guess we didn't get to fight Phantom. Yeah, no wonder. It was actually targeting the plant. Not the hands. Oops. Okay. That's fine. We'll fight Phantom at some other time. We know where to find him. Didn't realize these guys would just dissipate so quickly. Considering how we've had some fights with them in the past, which just take forever to dissipate. I don't think I ever really figured out how they work in this game. In terms of what the conditions are for clearing them. We do know that if you do burn them all down, you get the phantom fight, but we're pretty well supplied with bloom weapons. Looks like no Koroks in this vicinity. So, just keep on going. We might as well check that little hill. And yeah, as expected, it's Korok time. Yeah, we'll just catch this guy. Okay, nothing here. But we've already found a local Korok representative, so I don't know if we ever actually went up to any of that stuff. I mean, we haven't really played in this area, so but we did find a Korok across here, so that tells me that we have been there. We haven't really been around a lake, as far as I can tell. So maybe there's something worth looking at. Cave entrance or something. Sail around and take a look. Okay, so we got some building materials here if we want to build ourselves a little fan boat or something. Anyone want to do the honors? There you go. Oh, these guys probably just died to electricity. That's one way to fish. You want your seafood with a slight electric tang. Anyway, there is something over here that just looks like a waterfall, but we'll check it. Yeah, that looks worth checking. Nope, nothing. Well, we can send through one of these, but we'll... That reminds me, I'm actually still missing one piece of the Zora set too. I'm missing the helm. Not that we need it for the glide, but we'll take the long way anyway. Okay. Have we photographed these guys? Yeah. Well, not desperate for chicken drumsticks. Or even heron drumsticks. Wrestling fox, let's take him. What are these little birds? They photograph me. Well, not anymore, they don't. Okay. Oh, so much for momentum. Wasn't there a burnt out shack in the previous game at a racetrack? I don't know. We'll just take him around anyway. See what we can see. I just did find it odd there was nothing really going on in this place. In the previous game and in this one as well, I guess. No. Camphor Pond, that looks like it might be something we haven't seen. That's right, we'll continue. Head on up to town. Okay, so yeah, we'll keep going. We've been to quite a few places here, although the lack of Koroks in this area tells me that maybe we haven't been as thorough as we would have liked. This was the Three Brothers locations over here. Just like it was the case back in the day. Yeah, Zelda's Secret Well. Town over here. Yeah. Let's get in town and get up to the tech lab if we can. Oh, a little squirrel. Oh yes, this school. We'll do that. Also, we totally photograph some of the crops. We haven't already. Some pumpkins are looking healthy, yeah. Well, we've been back here many times. We'll plug in the new glider skin too, because we can. Did we take pictures of these pumpkins? I don't remember. Nope. Yeah, I mean, we'll eventually buy up the things that we don't take pictures of, but we'll take our time with it. Mission complete. Spy game. Spy number 1 and number 2. Ah, okay, so they are running surveillance for Robbie. Every wanderer has amazing gear. Yeah, we'll be friends. Izum is a hero who protects your village. I actually haven't seen this interaction. Maybe it was dependent on unlocking the lab. So we are Agent 3, just like we were back in Splatoon. Anyway, we'll go to the school. Tacos. Innocent yet deadly. Did we ever actually... I'm here to keep watch every day. Well, good thing the town is in safe hands. Yeah, the well pops out here. We'll just head over to school this way. Probably easier to drop the horse at the moment, so. How come I don't get some of these construction parts? Look very nice. For this modular design. I've become a teacher. Yeah, I don't know if this is hours dependent to turn into quest, but we'll get in and do that, and we'll just advance the clock if necessary. Princess Zelda. I'm impressed that the Cuckoos let the children close enough to get a picture of them without pecking their eyes out in deadly fashion. Teach the calamity. Okay. We have a detailed image, so. And then this is just part one of the quest, so there'll be a lot more to cash in after this. Well, can I show it to him? Or do we have to do it while school's in session? I think we have to do it while school's in session then. This qualifies the quest. Yeah, I think school needs to be in session. Not going to be able to turn that in otherwise. What do we ring the bell? Oh no, because we already got a Korok for that. Well, what time is it right now? 9:35 p.m. Okay, that's fine. We'll advance the clock when we get a chance. Restless crickets. We can't really do the continuous hurricane spin. I think. We can try to do some kind of big spin here. There's a limit to how much you can do with that, really. Okay, if school is not in session, we'll talk to CC or somebody who actually wants to see us. Right, because we want to show CC the armor. So we'll get some frog pictures while we're at it. Oops. No, we're not trying to pick them. We're just trying to grab the frog, but too late. Oh, let's get pictures of the crops.
Hi.
We're visiting for lots of reasons. Famous vegetables, yeah. Gotta buy some milk too. Because we're running out constantly with our soup experiments. And we might as well plug in the glider design that we have.
Oh. Ah.
I wonder if we get to build a second shop for them. Maybe in the next game.
Sure.
And he's got a quest to fill here too. Visuals of the monster called Choo Choo. Yeah, we've got some. A regular Choo Choo. Okay, we can do that. A pigment of your imagination. Somebody had fun with the localization here. Okay, so now we can see what we have. I think it's one per region or something, right? But one of them was in the sky, so... Yeah, so we've collected 13, and Zonai Survey Team is the latest one. We've been using the Zonai one up to this point. So this is the one that was from the quest we filled last time. And I rather like the compass design. I think we actually will go with it. Love the CC shrooms too, that's quite nice. Yeah. So I think there are, what, 16 regions in the game, and we got 13 collectible fabrics so far, but I don't know what the total count really is, so... But from this, maybe we can figure out what we're missing. Probably in the northwest, like with something with the Rito. We got the Lucky Clover, though. Newspaper design. Yeah, let's switch to Zonai Survey Team, why not? We haven't switched this since we initially came here. So... actually, let's take a look. I do rather like the one that we have, though. Because you had to do the Sky Island Challenge to grab it. It was a nice accomplishment to do that with no paraglider. No paraglider to show off. That's okay, we'll do Survey Team. Might as well do a bit of a change while we're here, and then we will find that choo-choo for him. So there were choo-choos just outside of town? Yeah, we'll do that. There's a launch over here. So we did encounter the regular choo-choos outside. We'll try to spawn someone out of them getting killed immediately. Oh, right there. And then we'll toast him afterwards. Or they can do that too. And we'll just get back to them immediately. Someone's here, you bet. Yeah, we're nowhere close to doing all of the side quests in this game. But we'll chip away at what we can. Now, all tone. Choo-choo fabric. Interesting. Yeah, this is just a bit of a tutorial, though. Once you get the camera, so looks pretty good, though. Oh, that's interesting. That it gives you a list of patterns that are not the main collectible patterns, but which... Okay. That's interesting. Ostrich, Grizzlemog, yeah, we've got Cuckoo. We'll fill in as much as we can. You know what? We'll give him what we can. Or... No, we don't want to dye these clothes, but... How do I give him more patterns? There's the right ingredients, yeah. I don't want to have to pay for a design I'm not going to use, though, right? So I'll just give him reference material. Yeah, so it's buried inside the paraglider part of the menu. Okay, so we'll just give him everything we can. I don't even know how to see the list, but... All tone. Wow. So we actually have a ton of paraglider designs that I didn't know about. We'll just feed him every enemy we can. And yeah, it actually does say in your photo album whether something is usable as the reference. Yeah, I keep running into these things with every stream that I didn't even know were in the game. Just system stacked on systems. Cuckoo design. We might even get that one going. Unless we have something spectacularly rare. Like a Gleeok. Very nice. I think maybe any Gleeok will do. But I wonder if the pattern he develops matches the Gleeok color. Or if it matters. Yeah, that's red. I wonder if we can get alternate Gleeok fabrics using different colors. Or if it's always just going to be that. Oh, no more references. Okay. And then how do we see the list of what he needs? Yeah, look at that. We might actually go to Gleeok design for all I know. I guess it does maybe cost you something to plug each of these in. I don't remember. And how do you see the list? I'd like to see the list. Got recipes here, but it's all just elixirs. No cream soup. Album. Yeah, we've plugged in quite a bit, but then... Yeah, on the list of designs he's looking for, he's got a lot of creatures. Ostriches, bears. Oh my. How do we see his list? Let's talk. So, does he show me who he's missing? Yes, he does. Horse, ostrich, grizzlemaw, Stalnox, and Lionel. Okay. Well, I mean, we can photograph the horse right away. That's not an issue. The other ones, well, ostriches are in Eldon. That's simple enough. Let's just take a picture of this so I don't forget. The Gleeok design is quite nice, though. We might even go with that. Look at the choo-choo glider. It's quite pretty as well. Yeah, I guess this is not one of the unlockable achievement ones, but it's still quite pretty. I don't know, I kind of like the colors of the ones we have right now, though. The Zonai Survey Team. You know what, let's plug in a few more first, and then we'll... see what else we can do. Take a picture of the horse. Again, we'll see if color matters, it might not. Yeah, so it does show you that fabric is available. Oh, that's interesting. No, we'll keep the old picture. We just didn't have it in the inventory. Then get the apple. Because why not? Stair, might as well take it. Fortified pumpkins, we've got those. So it's carrot, we don't have that. Okay, back to the dye shop for the horse pattern. Let's see how it looks. So will the color match? We'll find out. Not really. It's just a horse. Okay, let's plug it in. Yeah, every time you talk to him about potentially reworking a paraglider, even if you don't confirm it, it does absorb everything from your inventory, so even if you don't finish this interaction. Horse gods and a survey team. The horse design is kind of nice, actually. It's Cuckoo. Yeah. Not much more to fill, at least. And these are relatively easy to come by, although we don't see Stalnoxes too often in this game. There was a particular location for the bear, too, that I remember quite well because we got struck by lightning up in the area above Tarrytown when we were riding a bear. This was very early on. Yeah, Stalnoxes. Oh, there was one by the Construct Factory, I remember. That's the first one that comes to mind. I don't recall the overworld locations. But... And Elden Ostrich is easy to come by. So. Very nice to look at this thing. But we'll keep what we have currently. Might switch over to the Gleeok at some point, but... A good day to die. Speaking of which, let's talk to Cece. Get her to inspect some clothes for me. Just to see the text. I think we had bought up everything previously, so... Sorting your collection. Okay, let's have her assess. First of all, the charge set, because that's actually plot relevant, and she might have something fun to say. A collection of rarities. Then... Ah yes, anything that's difficult to replace, because it's only lootable once. It's here. Fashion check, please. Powers of the Storm, as well as a full 100 points, yeah. Okay, now of course we'll go on to show her this. Possessed by an ancient hero's aspect. It only comes as a complete set, of course. Struck by its balance of eeriness and dignity. 100 points for sure. That wasn't a particularly special thing to say, though. And we'll put the Korok mask back on. You know what? Let's put on the hero set. I don't remember if I'd shown her this one previously. I must have. Yeah, deceptively difficult to make such an ensemble pop. Yeah, too bad we haven't finished the wind set yet. What do we have? Twilight. Time. Yeah, I don't remember how many of these we had talked about, but we're here. We might as well just do that. Whether it's worn by a child or an adult, yeah, of course. Oh, let's do the Twilight set first, and we also have the full Sky set. Yep, smelling the wolf. Sinister aroma from the outfit's back. It is one little bit of presence in this game. What about the Sky? Yeah, we actually are missing one piece of the wild set too. I didn't realize. Fierce deity. Probably much else. I wonder if we have some of the disconnected pieces that are unique. What she has to say. Probably not that many points, but we'll show her some other clothes that are a total mismatch. Like, for instance, in case she has any comments on specific pieces. But I think generally she probably just comments on sets, as far as I can tell. If you do this, and you do this, and you put on something like the snow boots, let's say. No points for coordination. Neglecting the critical importance. Yeah, she doesn't tell you anything unless it's a set, so. The Zonite set probably is a set. Just given that very unique energy saving property. Anyway, we'll not mess around with this too much. Let's just get back in. And continue. Okay, what else was I even doing here? Oh yes, Tech Lab, eventually. And we're also basically just killing time until the resumption of school, but if we hit the Tech Lab first, that will also advance time somewhat. Let's hit the Tech Lab first. Major milestone in this game that we just haven't looked at yet. And where did my horse even go? Here it is. Could have just whistled him over. Oh yes, no, we need to buy some milk from the market. There's too much to do every time we come here. In a way, I'm not going to speed through town too much. We're on a horse, have to be aware of all these pedestrians. An election? Yeah, we were here. Yeah, I guess the princess was alright. We would know. Okay, let's buy up the shop. Good on a lot of this stuff. Accidentally spent some cheese earlier. We absolutely need milk as usual. Good for arrows. We want more butter because we'll be doing buttered apple at some point, and that will take a bit out of me here. What do we not see in the upstairs? Other than a lot of them snoring. Yeah, we really need to figure out a veggie cream soup. Process of experiment. Anyway. You know, school, yeah, we've been there. 5:10, not really in session yet. Will we really come up to this path? Much at all? Ah yes, this is the shrine location because now that it's got mushrooms in the hat. Looks much more appropriate.
Oh. Mm.
Still running this show.
Ma.
Yeah, we can't advance time with the fire, but I don't think I will. We'll just go to Tech Lab now. Go over to school after that. You know what? Let's take a picture of this. Don't see that many donkeys around here. These pack animals. Anyway, we'll ride on up. Have I been to this well entrance? Yes, I have. I mean, I explored the whole system pretty extensively when we first arrived here. Okay, so... Oh, you know what? Lots of animal photography here. What we can do? Island Retriever. Island Sheep. Dino Cow. Probably can make a great steak out of that one. And yeah, more Highland Retrievers of different patterns. Lots of bells. Not that we can really do very much about. Yeah. The goats are something separate, so we'll that. Oh. She still qualifies as a cow. Don't have a cow. Alright, how are we doing for time? 8:20 AM. Let's... Well, I mean, we could hit the school first. Have I done one for that cherry tree? I must have. That's down the Ebon Mountain. Yeah, it's that one. Well, let's go for the school building. It's just down there. We can back up with no issues. Anyway, more children at play.
Ah.
It's my number 3.
Ah.
They tell me their entire pattern, which is great. Sure, that will be gentle. Ah, okay, now we show the kids a photograph. Can we? Or, oh, I think we need to talk to the children.
Ah. Ah.
But how do I actually catch them? We definitely have the picture. Talk after you're finished, but then how do I show them the picture? I have a picture to show. There we go. This looks like the real thing, yeah. I love how they see the tapestry and now they believe the legend is true, having seen another depiction of it.
Ah.
Might have happened yesterday, yeah. Especially if you played Breath of the Wild recently. Okay, now, finally. Hundreds of hours later, they get a class about the calamity. But this was just part 1, so let's see what else we need to teach them or show them as proof. Calamity has visited the land of Hyrule several times over. Maybe we need to get him a picture of Sidon. As one of the meaning heroes from last time. About 100 years ago. Or more than that, depending on how many years have passed since Breath of the Wild. You ever hear much about that oracle? Yeah, maybe we need to show them the champions. Like the Mifa statue or something.
Ah.
And you just review the plot of Breath of the Wild. Or maybe we take a picture of the Shrine of Resurrection, who knows?
Oh.
It's all true. Of course, until somebody doubts it, one of these bratty children, who, of course, would be exercising some proper skepticism.
Ah.
So what do we need to show them next? Some rice would be nice. Home economics. Ah, now we need to show them some cooking. Okay, the next lesson is on food. So we need to cook something for them. Brown spice with highly and rice and raw meat. That's a curry. Meat curry. And it's a meat curry. Look at that. We're going to pass the examination. Going to graduate from Patino Primary School. Monster extract. You got that. You got an absolute mess. We actually do have some monster extract. Monster curry. Oh, I guess we should make them one. Monster extract, Goron spice, and Highland rice. I think we have monster extract. Let's take a look. Because we've been given some all the time, but yeah, look at that, 5 monster extract. Well, you know what? Let's just whip out a pot right here in the room instead of having to look for one. Goron spice and everything nice. Let's make the monster curry. They smell great. Unusual take on curry uses monster extract and doesn't rely only on the spices. I would not have been able to figure this out without the game just giving it to me. It's not something I would have thought to try. A special case exception. I have the curry. A genuine article. Monster cuisine. The things we learn.
Oh.
Ordinarily, monster parts are only used in medicine, but monster extract can be used in meals as well. Yeah, now we know. Maybe we did know from some previous dish we had in the recipe book. Alright, what's next? Maybe we need to build them something. Thanks, Mr. Link. Earned the right to use the school's field, didn't I already? Oh, that's interesting that we can cultivate the field. Well, this is another bit of content that I didn't know existed. Buried pretty deep. Well, I mean, only if you get the camera as late as I did. Alright, today's test day. So, now what do we do? I guess we should go outside and do the setup. 9:40 a.m. Surprise test about a calamity. Surprise. When are they going to realize that Mr. Link here is the champion? The Master Sword. Okay. Let's just continue reading this in case anything pops up. The champions, yeah. The divine beasts are not the pilots. Okay. Let's see what else they do. In case there's something at the end to listen to. Stables newspapers are a rich source of information, after all. Yeah, we use that extensively. How many surprise tests will they go through? Assigning one to each student once? Who knows? Nope. Wait until students hear about the Zonai. Anyway, now that they actually have some clerical education. Okay, no, this is starting to repeat, so... I guess if it's starting to repeat, we should go out back and take a look at the farm quest. field behind the school. Oh yes, this one. So wait, we can actually plant here. Who are we supposed to talk to again? Let's run around a little bit. I'm able to use the school field. Is this not the school field? Well, he told me something. Look at that, nature is right there. Maybe we should just farm there and farm some more parts off her. Let's take a look. I don't understand what the rendezvous point is. Maybe upstairs? No? Could be time dependent. No, he's just going to quiz the class some more. I think class needs to get out of session first. And then... Okay, let's figure out how to use the school field. Apparently we can plant. How? Well, I don't see anyone to talk to. Oh, maybe back there? No, that's just a tree. We'd have to talk to the tree. Yeah, probably not going to bother going for nature this round. That's okay. Don't you remember who I was recommended to talk to? Hang on. Did we pick up a new quest with that? I don't think we did. Okay. We'll worry about that later. And not the most usable as a weapon, but take it. Okay, who do we talk to? About growth. Looking healthy today.
Aye.
Wasn't it the... Pretty sure one of the wells that we found a person to talk to? I don't remember.
Oh. Ah.
Most of the ones we have left are kept at a barn at the top of the hill. Okay. That's why they keep the cuckoos, not just as rabbit attack animals. Who's the person I had to talk to? I think I needed... See, it's 1:30 p.m. Maybe you're out of session. Hard to tell. Oh, class is still going. So why did he tell me I could use the school field? What was someone to talk to? That's alright, we'll wrap our way around. Stand yoga. We can probably photograph a bunch of these at the various fish shops. Okay, let's keep looking. I don't know who to talk to at the farm. Okay. Might as well. Let's try to find a person that we need to talk to at the farm. I suspect that there might be more to it than that. Failing that though, we'll just head straight back up to the tech lab. All gets accounted for. Vintage clothing, yeah. Oh ho ho. Yeah, because wasn't there someone who was standing by one of the wells, or I don't recall. Okay, the students are out, so let's go back and talk and see. Oh yes, no, this is the school field. This little one here. The other one was just a rice field. Coming along nice. There we go. We should grow wheat, actually. We're very short on that, and we can't really pick it up often in this region. There are carrots and hardy radishes. Yeah, naturally, because those are mechanically a little more robust. Okay, so let's see what is valid. Grow, yeah, because the radish will be overpowered. Oh, good thing we still have wheat. Even though we just have the one. From completely failing to make soups earlier. Yes, wheat field. How long until the first harvest? We have no idea. Maybe the blood moon can accelerate their growth. You can't expect them to thrive while you kill time at an inn or bonfire. Interesting. The veggies, no. So, it is based on in-game time, it seems. No idea how long it'll take, but are we there yet? How's the garden? Quite a while, okay. Alright, we'll just leave it. We'll come back someday. Anyway, what's that tech lab? We've been putting that off for months. Let's head on up. Then we'll finally see what the Purapant upgrades are. One I'm guessing will definitely be the Shrine Radar, and so it'll be interesting to pick that up when we have already completed all shrines. And have rendered it utterly non-functional. Look at this cowl, look at this. I had to take a picture of this one to get it to replace because its headwear is pretty spectacular. Yeah, we'll definitely replace the companion picture. I cannot mount it, unfortunately. But our horse is just hanging around here as well. Then, where are we going? Yes, Tech Lab. I mean, we might as well just climb it, but that's okay. And after that, probably back towards Tarrytown for the Diorama quest. Fish, tasty fish. Let's see what he's got. Fresh fish. Okay, anything that we're particularly short on? Porgy. Yeah, I feel like we can get better prices at. You can get 5 of them, though. That's not too bad for 200. Not that we're really using defensive food at this point. But I don't remember if we had some defensive armor that still required this. Maybe we should err on the side of buying, but that's okay, we'll leave it for now. Oh, these are still just the standard cocos. Anyway, up the slope we go. The balloon has landed. Alright, let's finally head inside. I guess we'll probably at long last finish the travel medallion as well, since although we're not using it since we are playing Warpless. So travel medallion, maybe there are some upgrades to powers, and of course the ability to buy entries for the compendium. I don't know if there will be something equivalent to the ancient set in this game that takes a while to come together in Breath of the Wild. Alright, Robbie, what do you got for me? The side adventures category. Alright, let's get that sensor up and running to find no inactive shrines. I wonder if we'll get dialogue. I hope it's acknowledged, but you never know. Sensor reacts when you're close to shrines of light that you have not yet visited. If there are shrines near you, well, we've cleared everything, so. Does he acknowledge it? No, he does not. That's odd. Ah, yes, okay, he does acknowledge it. That we've cleared every shrine on the map. Reacts when you're moving towards a shrine. Oh, so it just acknowledges that you've completed that shrine. You already found it? Yeah. Okay. Trying to cave at the bottom of this hill. Yeah. We'll use it for other things, of course. Probably things like the bee honey. I've got a little manual. Operation instructions. Okay, now what do we need to pay him? In terms of materials. Prototypes of extra features. Let's get them all. Final data. Yeah, let's upgrade everything, why not?
Hey.
Travel medallion. Yeah. Now, hopefully it doesn't force you to demo the travel medallion, because I'd prefer not to warp at all, but we'll install it anyway. Hero's Path. Okay. So Hero's Path is in this game. I think somebody had mentioned that to me in chat a little while ago, and I assumed it was locked behind this. And Sensor Plus is what we'll need for the sensor to be useful for anything, since we've completed all shrines. So Hero's Path, the buffer in the last game was about 200 hours. I'd imagine it's not much higher than this one. And we'll play much more than that, so we won't get to see the whole path we've traveled, but let's install everything. Gather some test data. So, can we do the travel medallion without using it? This is Kala up in this northeastern corner. And that's where your prototype is, but we already have it. Taken over by the Yiga clan, but we took it back. So we're going to do the gesture, the explaining gesture that tells them we finished it. Oh, wait. No, don't tell me he's going to warp me over there. Don't do that. Luckily, we don't need to do this because we've already found it. Okay, activated the travel gate, yeah. Make your own way and then warp back. Well, we don't need to warp back. Why don't we explain it to them that we have it? What? Then you already have it? Yeah, we might as well shoot a dialogue. What? Then you already have it? Yes, we do. That way we don't need to warp. Not that we would have done so anyway. And there we go, travel medallion. Da-da-da-da. Got the key items. Yeah, we don't fast travel around here though, so. Add 2 more gates. So how do we do that? 10 map data locations. By map data locations, does he mean the zones that we've uncovered or something else? Well, let's just upgrade everything we can. You have that map data already, and for 15 areas, so yeah. And in that case, we'll add the ability to travel to the second and third spot. So he just upgrades all of that at once. Yeah, I always love shooting the "you've already done this quest" dialogue because we tend to see something that is fairly unique, given the way I played through this game. I come here at the end of everything else, so. Okay, great. I mean, I guess that would make things like the Korok Forest much more sensible, so we don't always have to go through the depths. But again, we're not playing with fast travel, so we'll never use this. Fully upgraded travel medallion feature. So much for that. That's actually more side adventures ticked off as well, so. Actually, let's see. Yeah, it's completing 51 out of 60. We'll do Sensor Plus first. I want to look at Hero's Path last. Yeah, because obviously we'll see nothing with the current sensor since we've completed all shrines. Fill out your compendium with at least 5 test monsters, but yeah, we've done that. Yeah, and there'll be a few stages of the monster diorama quest as well, but we're speeding through the side adventure count. We'll just install everything. Sensor Plus. Da 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 da. Or ta da 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 da, rather. 5 syllables. So yeah, we'll probably put on bee honey or something. Although the thing we're really blocked by is Lizalfo's tails. Although we can put some Froxes in there, we can... Oh, we can. Actually, I have a compendium of my own, and yeah, now it's showing you that you can just buy things in the database. In case we want to track something in advance, like track the blue-white Frox or something. Perfect collection. We'll see what the price is, although we do want to save money for fairy upgrades for the time being, so... Buying up the compendium will be one of the last things we do a long, long time from now. But I did do it in Breath of the Wild, and we'll do it again here at some point. Okay, more in the manual. Yeah, that's in a second location. I guess we'll upgrade Hero's Path last. Okay, we'll perfect the Purapad. Hero's Path. Because then we can see a very incomplete picture of my game, because we will miss all the paths that we spent our first 200 hours on, I bet. "15 shrine locations," yeah, that's no problem whatsoever. We've got 10 times that and more. What? Hero's Path. You can save around 256 hours of gameplay, so we're going to be missing a lot. Basically, I kind of want to see what the starting point is from 256 hours ago, but it must have been quite far. At least it's telling you explicitly the cap is 256, whereas Breath of the Wild didn't tell you that the cap was about 200. And that was a bit of a source of frustration, given that by the time the DLC introduced Hero's Path, That was well past that playtime. Can we see the path, though? Or do we need to play through it first? At high speed. Yeah, Heroes Path Mode. Completed! You are perfect. Yes, I am. Couldn't have done it without my poor iPad improvements. Well, actually... And... Okay, no, this is just... user manual, probably. Let's see what the expense is. How much does he charge? There are some that will be unobtainable for me, too. Perhaps. I don't know, because obviously you can't take a picture of... well, actually, let me think about that. I wonder if... yeah, there's some things would be missable, like if you obtain all bubble frogs, for instance. And... some elusive entries in your collection. Yeah, we bought it up from him last time, too. Well, I'd like to see how much he's charging also. Filling out the compendium. Hopefully... Okay, so you need to purchase something in order to fill the quest. So we actually should purchase something in order to increment the quest counter. And by picture... Ah, okay, no, you have to roll it. Delete enemy picture. And you got a stock of 22 because maybe... Yeah, so there are things that... Other picture. Treasure chest or... Yeah, so this is what we're missing currently, but 22 elite enemies. I wonder though, because if it gives you the bosses, you can get the boss rematches just fine. And... I don't know if I should roll for one of these with 500. Like, we can probably still snapshot a few of these if they are bosses or mini-bosses. Because I'm thinking about what would be missable in this game. Permanently missable, and there isn't much that comes to mind. Because of the fact that we have boss rematches available in the devs. So, yeah, with multiple classes of the mini-bosses, I actually think we should not take this. We should buy something cheap. Other pictures is a category that we can... Well, and yeah, there's the luminous ore, the treasure chest, etc. Let's take... Yeah, the animals would actually be the hardest to get in some ways. Because some of them are a little more difficult to capture. So let's actually go with fauna. And hope it's not something super common. Although, I guess... we go with other picture. We don't really even know what's in that category. So yeah, actually, let's just take one of these. You want to take 3 of these? Let's just take one of these for now. We'll fill it in later. I just want to fill the quest. And yeah, it's just more ore. Okay. We'll take a look at the categories in the compendium to see what to expect with Elite Enemy. Because we're not paying for that. We just wanted to fill the quest. 54 out of 60. This count is going out very nicely. Hero's Path unlocked. Okay. So we've finally seen what this looks like. What a mess. And, well, I mean, it's nice when you play without fast travel. As I discovered in Breath of the Wild as well, it looks beautiful when you don't use fast travel. I think maybe at the end of the stream today, we'll just let this run. I might even see what the playback speed is currently. I mean, obviously, we're not going to do it in full real time. Oh, and it probably does show you depths in sky as well. Yeah. Well, this is fun, actually. As we wouldn't have done a lot of depths exploration up to a certain point. And so, this could be pretty good for revealing locations I've missed. But I just want to get some shots of this if I can. Not that we'll get a very complete picture of the path. But this is what it looks like. Toggle display. Yeah, actually, let's turn off. Oh, what's this? What's this setting? Ah, I see. It just shows this layer. Yeah, because otherwise it shows the other layers, and that is a bit too much visual noise, right? Because it shows the other layers as faint lines. Yeah, so that's how they handle the multi-level structure. It looks very pretty in some ways. It also shows you what you might be missing. I mean, you can't really see the terrain here, I suppose, or you just see the path. Yeah. Let's see if I can just shoot this as well. And we'll do the full display, including all my... maybe not including the markers. Well, the markers at least do show you where the shrines are. And let's actually play it. And then it only goes up to, well, 3 times speed. Wait, so, hang on. And yeah, you have to reverse back through it too. See the beginning of the path here. And of course we're taking fall damage, deaths and everything, so. It seems like at the time, at the very start of the path here, oh, interesting that it traces this much. But then, okay. Yeah, so we were already in the sky at that point. Playing around here and probably figuring out what to do with the Thunderhead area and this. So this was a while ago. But yeah, if we play even at triple speed, it's going to take quite some time, I think, to actually show me where it went. Have a bit of fall damage. Quite a bit of fall damage. I think it was just experimenting at that point with the flight. Probably from launching the rockets. And I'd have to scroll way back to see when this was, because yeah, it would have been so long ago, we don't know when exactly. We're not going to watch the whole thing right now, but I might play it at the end of this session. Because even at triple speed... Oh yeah, we somehow lost speed. Okay. And it shows you what layer you're on, at least. Ah, okay, no, now it shows you what layer you're on. Yeah, no, I was in the wrong layer. I was seeing a faint line because I was in the sky layer. Because I guess it leaves it up to the player to, while observing the hero's path, see where you are. Okay, okay, that changes my reading of where I was at the time. Because I guess we weren't playing in the sky, we were... Oh, actually, that's interesting, because this tells me that we would have been right before the Lightning Temple. That's actually better than I expected, because... I guess because it records 256 hours of traversal, that's not including things like menu time. And unfortunately, I don't know if I can really restart this whole thing. Heroes Path mode, there we go. Yeah, except you would need to... Yeah, the triple speed over here. Okay, so it actually is from before I was at the Lightning Temple. That's a lot more than I thought it would capture. Because it has my entire path through the canyon initially. And so this would maybe even be before my first time in the depths? Maybe? I don't remember. Yeah, but it would start me off at this enemy camp. And so given the important data point here, that it precedes my time at Lightning Temple, I now can pinpoint, I think, where I was when we saw the hero's path. No, when we see... What is this line here? What is that even telling me? Or is that just a bug or something? Well, anyway, it's just telling me what this point is. Let's... Yeah, okay, because... Yeah. It creates a line at the very beginning, for some reason, to show where you are relative to that position. So it's this fight in the encampment that we would have started with before our first visit to the Gerudo. So this would have been still pretty far into my experience with the game, but enough that it's actually going to cover our entire path through all of the different dungeons. Because the Gerudo dungeon is the first one that I actually played through. So, well, that'll be fun. I might even just keep it a short stream today and just play through the hero's path, because we want to capture as much of the footage as possible right before overwriting even more of it by walking. So, we might even just do that. So I was thinking of continuing over to Tarrytown to cash in the frogs, but who knows how distracted we're going to be on the way there, right? It's a long way there, and there's a lot that we could do along the way, so... Well, in that case, yeah, but I think I do have to manually change layers. I don't know if it'll do that for me. Well then, let's maybe log this starting point. Yeah, kind of interesting that it creates that line for your initial position. Then we'll shoot this quickly as just a starting position for where I was 256 hours of traversal ago. I probably should maybe try to hide my map markers. If I can hide the markers, that'd be great. Select. No. Because I'd actually like to change my display a bit. Select sensor target. We don't need this right now. Let's just turn this off. We can hide the markers during the Hero's Path mode, but then I won't see the shrine or dungeon locations. Why do we still have so many stamps here? We have to simplify some of this stuff. But anyway, where were we? Hero's Path mode. Let's start here. And let's find an appropriate zoom where we can actually see where we're going. And yeah, you know what? I think we will just play it. We'll watch, I'll commentate for a while. And if this seems absurdly long, like if it's going to take me hours to sit through, then maybe that's not such a good idea. We'll just take a break and let it play. But we're currently at 54 out of 60 on the side adventures. We won't finish it today, but cashing in the monster figures is probably going to establish significant progress towards that goal. So let's just play it. We will do it at triple speed, though, because it's unreasonable otherwise. We'll see some of the fall damage along the way. So yeah, going to the wells. You can see that I did it around here because that's where the wells exploration is going. I wonder how it handles caves then. I guess it would just show you your position on the terrain as you go. So we go around a chasm. I was trying to survey it probably. Oh, why do I have a bit of a pause here? Yeah, I don't know why I was reverting to single speed, but here we are, triple speed. Yes, that's the Flame Gleeok. I think that might have been the first time I attempted a Flame Gleeok. Notice that I died once and I just left it alone. This was our first time at the Great Plateau. This was fairly early on, but yeah, I believe this was my first time there. And then when you're in a shrine, then you just kind of sit there for a moment. And, oh yeah, I remember, that was the snow fight. That was where we got whacked by snowballs. This was so long ago. And yeah, our first traversal for the Great Plateau, this was where later when I finally went to the depths, things bugged out a bit on me, I think. I wonder if this predates my first time in the depths then. It might even do that. In which case, we're actually seeing a lot more of the path than I thought it would, because it didn't occur to me that 256 hours would still be more than 256 hours of game time, simply because not everything we do is traversal. And menus and other things wouldn't count towards that. So yeah, we were helping a Korok or something. We went around over to the stable and the shrine. This shrine seems to have taken me some time. And then across the suspension bridge over to the Gerudo area for the first time. And this was where we played around and went through the tunnel over to the river, went river boating for a while, and look at that. It shows us how we went through the canyon. So this actually will be useful after all, because, it's not like we're very exhaustive about things in our time with the game up to this point. Anyway, we've got the Gerudo staple over here. Heading towards the desert for the first time, and then going round and round the tower without diving in, not knowing that there was water at the bottom at the time, of course, because this was so early on. Hanging around the shrine some more. All the way back. Yeah, this is where you're riding on the sand and then hitting the ice house for the first time, and then of course we hadn't dispelled the sand at this time yet either, so there's quite a lot of sandstorm in my way, hence how the navigation's going to go. And yeah, I went directly for trying to find the southwest corner because I knew the original Great Ferry location was there. Spent a long time just hanging around there, not knowing that I needed a quest to deal with the skeleton. That you couldn't actually finish the skeleton without opening up the quest first. So we went around a lot of the eventual Lightning Temple location without understanding what was there. Died a lot along the way. Yeah, I'm going to have to find the exact video location of where we were at the start of the hero's path, but I have enough information now that I can find it. And it should not be hard to find. Anyway, this was where we made it across the sand over to the southern oasis. This seems to take me some time. And then just darting about. You'll notice we haven't been to the town yet at this point. We're just making our way around the sand. Then we are finally in town for the first time, and then mess around in the wells for quite some time, and then eventually unlock the quests. At this point, I think we've already hit all the nodes that are necessary to, as soon as we get the lightning power. Yeah, this over here, when we go to the ruins, I think that's where we unlock the lightning, hence we do the whole side activity over there at the bazaar. Deal with Gibdo for the first time, and then now we finally unlock this using Riju, and then we play in the temple for quite some time. I'm going to wind up spending an hour or two just commentating this, I think. But it's a pretty interesting review of our experience, and the fact that we did this without fast travel, I think, makes it look pretty unique. So yeah, we spent some time just kind of messing around over there. Yeah, hang on, I'm just going to pause for a moment to look at the bottom bar. Well, no, we don't really need to. But yeah, as you can see, this is going to be a fair bit to sit through. But that's okay. At maximum speed, it's reasonable to watch. And so, yeah, there's a direct warp back. The only the warps that happen, as you can see, are story-based warps that send you somewhere after you've completed a dungeon. The most conspicuous one is the one that just sends you to the surface after the fire temple, because that changes layers completely. Anyway, here we finally get out. We mess around in the cave. This is actually the Yiga area, no? Or not yet. Ah, yes, that was Mulgara. Or not Mulgara. You know what I'm talking about. His name escapes me. The worm. We died to it quite a bit. That might have been the first one we fought, now that I look at it. When I was trying to figure out the bomb interaction when we were just taking huge damage. I keep getting kicked back here. I don't remember what this was. Oh, no, I know what that was. That was the timed activity where you try to race over that spot. So, of course, it warps you back at the end of the race when you fail the timer. Because that was a sledding exercise. And, okay, leaving the desert, finally. So what we've experienced so far was several days worth of streaming. I think, if I'm not mistaken, then the bars down below are something on the order of like maybe 5-hour increments or so. It doesn't divide by 256 though. But I'm not going to do that mental calculation right now. So yeah, we were doing the labyrinth at ground level. Yeah, so as you can see, I do blink up to the sky. You can see that what we saw earlier was the series of attempts to get to the sky by way of balloon. And so the indicator on the left, it was kind of blinking up into the sky level momentarily whenever I was trying to do the balloon flight unsuccessfully. So at that point, we just had not played in the sky yet, I think. But it does mean it does not automatically switch layers for me. So if we just have a quick ascent to the sky, we need to be aware of that. Or a quick dip down to the depths, although I think every time we went down to the depths, we spent some time there. But so far, almost everything we've seen on the path has been at ground level. Anyway, Colosseum, we... At that point, we're not ready to take on Lightning Gleeok. I tried. I lived. And we didn't quite make it. I think I actually did get to kill it at that point, though, or didn't I? Yeah, because that was the first Gleeok I killed in the game, was... We took down that Lightning Gleeok. Okay, this is important. This is our first time in the depths. This is actually a good time to pause. Because we went down into that well, and this was actually our first entrance into the depths in the entire game. Now, this allows me to take a moment to just count the number of bars in the bottom. We're through almost 4 bars at this point. And I'm just kind of counting this visually. What is it? I think it's like 52 or something? Yeah. It's about 5 hours a bar. Roughly. 5 and a bit. Because if it's 256, it divides into... It should divide into about 51 segments. And I think we've counted 52. Anyway, so yeah, this was an important moment. We descended into the depths for the very first time. Because it was just an accidental fall down the well. I had no intention of actually hitting the depths at that point. And we stay in the depths until we ascend out. So yeah, I do need to keep an eye on the indicator on the left side for our layer. Then... This was our first time in the abandoned central mine, as you can see, and then we basically just fumble around with no idea where we're going. I spent a lot of time just hugging the wall, because at this point, I am a long way from realizing that the depths are actually an inversion of the terrain above, and that the water features on the surface level are infinite walls, so I kept on trying to ascend through the walls. Yeah, that was a bad flight somewhere. And then we're still messing around for a while. Grove of Time. So this is actually really good because this is confirmed for me that because I have enough of the Hero's Path to see my very first time in Adepts, my Hero's Path image therefore contains the entirety of my journey through Adepts, which means we know exactly which locations we are missing. There's no question of early exploration having been overwritten. We spent a lot of time here. And yeah, I kept trying to fly across. I probably just crashed and took a fall death. And we went around the labyrinth, figured out that we can't actually get in there yet. And started exploring over in the Gerudo region. Going pod to pod. Then Underground Cemetery. Remember fighting a lot of Gibdo there. Desert Coliseum with a low ceiling and all the Horriblins. That was something we took down pretty early. And then, yeah, we found a next exit node. At this point, I wasn't ascending yet. I was just mapping. Spending as long as I could to just open up light routes. You can see the light route locations, of course. Still marked on the map. We go point to point. At the abandoned mines, you can see where we have the Yiga clan fights as well. With Master Koga. That's why there's a bit of swirling around for a bit. Buru Canyon Mine. A lot of depths over here. Don't remember what that was about, but it was probably just a Lionel fight or something. I don't know. But anyway. Floating Coliseum. I think, yeah, we looked at that, saw that it was all Lionels, and just decided not to touch it for now. So this will be extremely useful, because now if I, as I said before, just look at a depths layer of the map, I have a complete picture. I don't remember how this looked relative to my time in the sky. Wow. That must have been when I was riding the horse, given how quickly I traversed. Oh yes, we're back on the surface now. I've ascended through Bridge of Hylia. And then, yeah, suddenly we're just moving very fast everywhere. So yeah, unfortunately, you can't just leave this thing to play by itself, because you do need to switch between layers to have the appropriate map. I died at Mount Hylia a lot. What was I even doing there? Oh yes, that's right. We kept on going back to the Great Plateau because I was trying to figure out the whole bit with dropping the orbs down below. We haven't seen that yet because, yeah, as you can see, we do go down to the depths. And I spend some time there trying to figure out what on earth was happening with the objects that somehow didn't make it down to the bottom layer in the Great Plateau. So we basically messed around there until we realized that we had to go back up and drop them all over again. And then we send back, yeah, and then we tried it multiple times. And we're back in the depths because the only depths entrance that I know is safe is the one at the well. So we kept on going back to the well, and then we return again. I can't tell from the lines at this point if we actually had managed to finish that quest, but we kept on going back and forth, basically. I do remember that. Got some river boating over here. Very quick. I always kind of want to play this at full speed, although that would be a bad idea on stream. Yeah, it's too bad you have to manually switch layers. I wish it would just switch the map for me. because then you just leave this unsupervised. Okay, this was when I was carting a vehicle around in preparation for trying to approach the Lost Woods. I think we got kicked out there many times. But eventually we would see Fit Glow runes for the first time and do the lightning side. And then circle around some more. Yeah, at this point I don't know if I'd seen the sky from our departure point in Death Mountain yet. I think maybe this was our first time here. Which means we'll also have a fairly complete map of our sky exploration, which is very important for figuring out locations that we're missing for Sage's Wills. Yeah, because we go up Death Mountain, and then I believe we should be up in the sky layer shortly. We circle all around on the train track many times. The minecart track. Attempt some tunnels at high heat. Gradually make our way up, and let's get ready to see the sky layer. Because after this shrine, I think we're about ready to take off. Yeah, so this is going to be our first real trip in the sky. I don't think I landed on a sky island until this point on the map. Yeah, this was fairly early on as well, so at this point, yeah, we'd seen this much of the depths. Not much, just a central area. And then we'll zip around a little bit. This is a good time to pause this and take stock. So we'd seen this area in the depths. And just hit node to node. We've seen quite a bit of a surface, of course, but this is where our time in the sky begins. And let's just keep going. Oh, high speed. Yeah, when you resume after zooming around a bit, it just goes back to the default speed. And yeah, we did a lot of flying and crashing, as you can see, because I was just short of wing durability. Back when I was trying to do everything with wings, you can see occasionally that I flick down to the lower layer because I'm actually falling and taking a falling depth. Yeah, because at this point I was just testing what you can do with flight distance. And I kept on trying to reach the Great Sky Island and didn't do a very good job of it. But then at long last we make it. And it is at this point that, for the first time, I upgrade my battery, I think. Because, of course, at this point I had not been to Lookout Landing. Would not be there for a long time. And so I did not yet know that a battery expansion was available much more conveniently. But this is our first time back on this Great Sky Island since the tutorial segment. So, yeah, we really did capture most of the footage in this game, actually. I didn't miss nearly as much as I thought. In the Hero's Path, we didn't lose that much. It predates our first entry into the depths and our first entry into exploring the sky, and that's great. That's precisely what we need. In a way, we messed around Sky Archipelago for a while, take some falls. I totally am going to be commentating this for an hour because we're about a quarter of the way through and I've been talking for 20 minutes. So yeah, the replay is going to take upwards of an hour. But at least we know that now. And hey, we get to relive the adventure. Including all of this mess. Where we... Oh yes, so here's where I'm trying to explore Thunderhead. I kept flying towards it to find a landing point, and we do eventually hit a landing point, as you can see here, but we don't make it very far. But I was kind of curious where we were, because at this point we haven't uncovered the actual islands yet. It's just one big fog. We don't even have the map, and so I didn't know which islands I was standing on because we were completely lost in fog. This was where we fell down from the sky, finally. After a lot of exploring from the sky, it's when we failed to explore Thunderhead that we finally returned to the surface. And after Lurlin Village, we try to balloon our way up several times. It takes many attempts. Many attempts. I do remember this session very well. We kept on trying to build balloons to see what was above there, and eventually we do see it as a construct fight. That's a lot of attempts. But we do make it. We fight the construct, and then do I try to keep flying? Yes, I do. And I don't make it very far. But eventually we do make it to the flight point. So we do a shrine, we fight more constructs. And then we fly some more. It's pretty good for the purposes of the Hero's Path that I spend so much time on one layer at a time before changing layers again. That I stay in the sky or in the depths for as long as possible. Here's where we did Zonite Forge Island and didn't realize that I could just dive in without doing a descent vehicle. And that diving straight in is in fact fine because it's the water landing at the bottom. But eventually, after playing a lot with floating around vehicles, we do make it to the shrine. Which is where we have the Zero Gravity Combat Challenge, and I seem to have lost several times. This was the most fun I had in the shrine in a game at that point, because it was the first time I'd seen the Zero Gravity mechanic. Yeah, I actually kind of enjoy watching the layer change. Just on the left side, you know, blink up and down whenever we have a ton of consecutive crashes. Anyway, here's where we do everything around Mythic Court for the first time, I believe. Our first time exploring the Zora's domain, and then we're actually up in the sky for Wellspring Island because we explore this well in advance before the sage is available there. We don't get Poseidon up with us. We actually did a bit of the dungeon without him until we realized we couldn't throw any of the switches. But you can see our passage from the Floating Scales Island up here. And yeah, we fall back down. We do the whole thing in the East Reservoir Lake to proceed with the quest because we eventually have to open up the waterfall ascent to take us all the way back upstairs, and back upstairs we go for completing our second temple, the Water Temple, with a couple of spills along the way. But yeah, we fight the Mukta Rock at some point, and then accidentally drop off. I do take some intentional depths there when we drop out from the sky, so I don't hit the water and lose our progress movement-wise. And then that's completing the dungeon and going back down to Zora's domain. Now, one thing that we will not see, of course, is the branch in my save file where I decided to not pick up the paraglider and do the finale, but that barely accounts for any time. That was maybe just 2 hours of the Ganon finale. And that's a long ways off in this video anyway, where we are playing around in the spheres for the first time and figuring out the Sky Mine. with which the glider. It takes me a little bit of time to work out when it comes to dropping and following the relevant object. But we do get a fair bit done. Then, yeah, nice quick flights. Here's the Sky Labyrinth. Notice that we're still in the Sky Layer because we do finally hit the shrine. We arrive in the top level of the labyrinth for the first time, and it takes me a while to figure out the diving as we traverse the maze. And we'll eventually have a straight drop back down to the depths layer very briefly. It might be so quick that I can't really even switch to it. Because at the end of the sequence, it's just going to blink down to the depths layer for the boss fight, and we'll be out of there right after that, pretty much. Although, unbeknownst to me at the time, if you end up in a depths layer here, this was the incident where we were down to almost no zonite. Yeah, we fell back down and we had to climb back up. Yeah, we fight the boss down here. And it takes me a while to get out because I realize that this is one spot that it is possible to get stuck without fast travel if you don't have building materials to get back to the surface. But luckily we do get back to the surface with a balloon pretty quickly. And then we continue. I think this is where I spent a fair bit of time building my house for the first time. You can see just how much time I spent rearranging the building over there to try to get the Triforce design to work. And it was our first time doing this. And yeah, wow, I actually spent quite a bit of time doing this. Quite a bit of time. And we're going to see how... Yeah, I just kept on rearranging things for hours, I think, until we got it just right. This was before I knew how to use a recall to reposition things, too, if I knocked my own buildings out of alignment. Anyway, back to Tarrytown. And we just continue playing on the surface for a while again. Then here we go. Up to Akala Citadel, and I think we don't take on a Gleeok yet, but oh, now we take on a Gleeok. That's what's marked by the skull. And then here we are, just messing around with machines on the coast, and then what was I even doing here? I think this was when I was taking the cart full of vehicle parts by horse all the way here to see what we could do around the Korok Forest, not knowing yet at the time for sure that we could only traverse here by the depths. This was our first time at Hyrule Castle. And you'll notice that even though Hyrule Castle is elevated, that this counts as part of the surface level, not the sky level. Yeah, we get into the shrine. This is all suspended in the air, but it is not high enough to count as sky. So we spent quite a while just tracking, hoping what we could in Hyrule Castle, since we weren't getting anywhere with Korok Forest just yet. And that's where we were gliding away. And then we start approaching the Rito Quadrant. Yes, that's where I think I met Impa for the first time. Maybe. I don't know if I'd actually... I don't think I talked to her until I tried to look at the geoglyph. Or at least we don't progress with her quest. I think we do talk to her, but we didn't progress with her quest until much later. So we had a session here where we made it to the back of the Forgotten Temple. That's where we saw the map, I think, and then can't quite tell what's below the surface or what's on the surface here, but we have a general idea. It is actually useful to have some of the boss markers still here because we can see where we fought the Gleeoks and in many cases lost. This was our first ride through to snow and our first time over to the stables to meet a lucky Clover Gazette. Pretty far in fact. Our first time in Rito Village. That's where I did abandon the shrine for the first time. We would return to that many times, and it would eventually be the last thing we complete. And then, oh, we're back in the sky, yeah. Because we launched up to the archipelago. So we have some pretty high peaks to work with, and we're back down. Had to be on the ball with the switches here. Given how quickly things happen sometimes. And then, yeah, this is where we do some of the quest content, and then for the longest time after that, we would have to deal with Tulin bothering me every time I zoned in close enough to the northwest. Then we try to fight the Ice Gleog, Frost Gleog. And at this point, we haven't really messed around with North Lome Labyrinth yet, but then now we do. Then, what do we try here on the peak? Oh, we just ride. And ride. And then this is where we were playing with rocketing up the cliffs and River Falls. And this is quite a long journey all the way to the top quarter. We start exploring that area. I think there was a Talus fight or something there that we had to deal with. Yeah, all the way down the side. So yeah, even here, because we hadn't been to the zone up to this point, the hero's path does give me complete information about where I went in this region. So that is, once again, very nice to have. Basically, I'm seeing a lot more of my path than I expected, given the 200-hour buffer in the last game, which is 256 here. And then, yeah, this was where we didn't really progress with the main quest there just yet. I think I was just short in Zonai parts for vehicles, and I wanted to leave until we got more. So that's where we left the region and just decided not to progress with it. There were many streams I had while playing this game where I was pretty sleepy and just did a bit of aimless sleepwalking. I think that's actually been pretty well disguised so far with what was seen, but maybe it'll be more conspicuous later in certain spots where we just die repeatedly for no reason. I don't know how much of that was something actually difficult and how much of it was because I was sleepwalking. But that's okay. At triple speed, these things just come out in the wash. Yeah, my first time in Goron City, I was definitely kind of drifting and aimless. But here, I think on this visit, we actually did do a lot of the quest content, hence why we were hitting the caves in order. Just to do everything we needed to get on terms with Yunobo. With a couple of deaths along the way, of course. And yeah, we just kept on circling around and then heading up to Death Mountain, and then eventually we could only get so far before Yunobo Just couldn't really progress because, you know, we weren't going to dive down the depths, so we couldn't actually continue that until we approached the area around a fire temple by way of the depths much, much later in the game. So we basically did quite a lot with the fire and wind temples, only to abandon that for a while and do something else instead. And then, what was this? Just hitting caves, I think. Just doing cave exploration. We might have hit one of the Lord of the Mountain trees at this point. Cherry blossom trees. But mostly just circling around, and then where were we heading? Out to the stable. Exploring the hot springs. Then all the way back here to the stables again. I think at this point, having been to the Lucky Clover Gazette, we were also filling in stable quests whenever we could to get access to the Froggy suit. As you can see, I am kind of going stable to stable and doing some of that. Horse God once again, you can see some of the back and forth was to the cooking point. Back to Tarrytown. Mess around with the house this time? Not really. This is where we finally explored this area. I remember that's also where we did the plushie stacking game. I think that's where that little blip was. The grotto. And yeah, once again, rearranging the house a little bit, rearranging the house some more. Then, yeah, looking for the Spring of Power for the first time, and then dealing with hands there, probably. Then, I wonder why we were going back and forth so much over here. Remember that exactly. Why we marked that star in that location. But yeah, we spent a lot of time just back on the surface again. I look at it. And at this point, I think we were also just hitting shrines where we could. Back there, okay. Go back to Forgotten Temple at this point? I think we did. Well, only very briefly. What was I even doing? Yeah, there was a particular quest that required me to go back and forth here, which Crater. I think at this point we were also partly conscious of having to unlock some of the fairies. This was our first time around the Ancient Columns where we fight the Leok over there. It was a great fight, but we didn't know how to get in the cave and still don't. And yeah, we are trying to hit as many stables as possible at this point. Deliberately to get a Froggy set. And then, all the way back to the canyon. Sliding back and forth. Notice that at this point we still have only done that one first big excursion in the depths. That we haven't, labyrinths aside, really been back down. Because I did most of my depths time quite continuously. Just spent days and days and days in the depths at one point. I think I read something recently about how the designers did kind of expect the depths to be a dip in and dip out experience. I guess that's for the kind of people who use fast travel and just want to go down, casually collect some zonite, get a few light roots, get out. We didn't do that. We went light root to light root for days on end. Anyway, this is our first time in the caves in Satori Mountain. First time being in that region at all in this game. And then, what was I even doing with that treasure chest marker? This was on ground level, not... in the sky zone, so... Right, and we were looking at the Zonai ruins. I was trying to figure out what was going on with that and with the Spring of Courage, I think. But we're plugging in some dragon parts while we were at it. But yeah, that's where we were hitting one cave system after another. Occasionally having to dip up into the sky, but not seeing very much of that. It tells you that the sky time generally is kind of brief. This is our first time through the Dueling Peaks as well. We went back and forth. Also went to figure out everything with the ferry that was on the south side of the river, I think. Yeah, that's the whole cave system that's inside the Dueling Peaks. So we're doing both sides. And we're back up in the sky. Doing the archipelago, using the Dueling Peaks as a takeoff point. Spend some time here before going back down to the stables. Up the peaks. We play here for quite some time, in fact. Just trying to get in and out, and I guess that's where the hostage quest is as well, the fake Zelda hostage quest. Because that's the one that is related to the stable. The stable asks you to investigate the supposedly imprisoned Zelda. Then, what do we have here? I was darting around all over the place. And this is where we do the boating quest there? Yeah. I don't remember the rationale for a lot of this here, but at this point we're quite confident in hitting Gleox, so we do that. Just take down everything we can along the way. We've basically got the pattern down at this point. Notice that we're almost at the halfway point of the hero's path. And I've been talking for about 40 minutes, which means we've got probably another 40 to go. And then, yeah, we'll finish the stream on this today. This will be fully a third of my entire stream is just talking about the hero's path and witnessing our progress through the game. And you know what? I enjoy it. I don't know if it's watchable for anybody else, but this is a good recap. And over here... Yeah, going all the way back to Gerudo Town. I don't remember what this was about, but yeah, we made another attempt at a skeleton before giving up. Once again, I didn't know that we didn't have the quest for it yet. Well, unless that visit was finishing the quest. I don't think so. I know I was back there multiple times. Because we haven't been to the snow zone yet for that dragon, right? And I think that was necessary. Like, we needed to hit the top corner for that quest before we could proceed. Anyway, farming the Lightning Gleok again in the Colosseum. I think there was still a cave marker. I never really understood. Ah, yes. This is our second big trip to the depths. Notwithstanding some of the earlier excursions to try to fill out whatever was going on under the plateau. This time around, we deliberately tried to hit more light routes. And we stay down here for quite some time, I believe, just trying to explore the boundaries and loot some treasures. Notice that we're following our previous path pretty closely when doing so. That we're stretching out a bit to hit light routes, but... Ah, yes, this was where we're sailing in the water, hitting the Yiga bases along the way. For the light route tucked in the corner, and then, yep, we finally found our way to a lot of the central section here, where we go to the Bloopy Burrow that is underneath Satori Mountain. A very well-matched location, very memorable one as well. This is where we start fighting boss rematches, or at least scouting out boss rematches for the first time. Then we have the mines over here. Well, I guess at my zoom level currently we don't see the names of the locations in the depths, but that's okay. I'll just maintain this zoom level for consistency. And yeah, at this point we're mostly just kind of hunting light routes and Yiga bases. I don't know what the extra squiggles are. We're arriving at each light route. Probably just walking around trying to figure out our next destination and scouting. Look at us go right around that X that is still on the map. This is unexplored. Went right around it. Yeah, here we're very conscious of the walls as we just map the area that's around the mine that's under the Rito village. And we do understand at that point that the wall is going to be impassable there. This is where I believe that was Queen Gibdo looking at this fight. Gibdo rematch. And we just hop point to point. I think this is where we're approaching the Lost Woods for the first time, almost. Not quite there yet, but we get there. Eventually we hit some light routes first. And yeah, this is going to be north of the castle over here. And then it's along this path that we see the Phantom Ganon fight for the first time, and then make our way to the Deku Tree, and then ascend through the Deku Tree, because that is significant. But first we hit the Forest Coliseum, and then at this point we go up. And then that's our first arrival to the Korok Forest. It's also at this point that I think we finally... I don't think we get Hestu yet. We need to clear the forest first, right? But then I just... Oh, or maybe we did. I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was at this time proportionally. I'm trying to think if it was on our very first visit there that we actually did get the inventory unlocked and all the Koroks plugged in. Oh, we're back in the depths. Hang on. This is where we're going for the bargainer statues. Then, yeah, we're mostly just hunting bases and light routes and crisscrossing. I mean, I cleared a lot of markers off the map at this point, so I don't have the clearest memory of what we were going for. Looks like there's a star there because that was one of the rematches we haven't done yet. Again, we find another ascension point. Scout it. This is where we start to understand that the lava falls match up with the hot springs above as we go from point to point. And then this was another match area, I think. And then this is where we try to approach the labyrinth and then realize once again we can't enter it yet without doing it from above. But at this point, yeah, we're just hitting more light routes, and I think we eventually have the Fire Temple approach. But we're going above the Korok Forest, we go around, and this is where we fight the King Gleeok. This is the first time I fight King Gleeok, and as you can see, we do have one failed attempt before we proceed further. But yeah, I think at this point we did have the inventory expansion. This is at about halfway on the hero's path, as you can see. Okay, so this is where we make the approach. Scorching Coliseum, we do fight it. And we hit some bosses. We do not approach the Fire Temple yet, I think, until we pause here for a moment. And then, yeah, this is the approach towards the Fire Temple that goes left, and then you can see the Fire Temple over there, and then we basically take a vehicle all around. And just zip around. I still have very little conception of what it's like to, play it by using the provided tools like the minecart rails and everything. Because we really just flew around the vehicle, fought the boss, and yeah, fighting the boss warps you, as I was saying earlier, back to the surface. It's one of the more conspicuous forced warps in the game, where it just kicks you entirely out of the depths and back to the surface to proceed from Goron City. And then here's where we continue. Back to Tower Town. So yeah, this is 3 temples down at this point. Let's Fire Temple out of the way. Every time we go back. I think this is the point at which we raise Zelda as the Light Dragon, or rather... I mean, she's been around the whole time, but that's where we complete the final Geoglyph cinematic, if I'm not mistaken. Ah, yes, this is, I call it House of Bones. This was a memorable one. But we had to do the soft descent into the House of Bones, and then we had a much longer session in the depths after that than anticipated. So this was our next big excursion in the depths that started with the House of Bones descent. That was also where I figured out how to use the balloon-assisted descent vehicle for the first time. That was a major landmark for me. And then here we just start to sweep the east side of the depths map as much as we can. And then over here we see nothing in the abandoned Terry mine. And we just keep on going. Yeah, and we just hit point after point after point in the depths until we've uncovered the location that we can't quite do yet. Here's another big rematch fight. I think that was one of the really messy fights with Mukta Rock or somebody. Maybe even the one that was trying to do the fancy way using the sprinkler. Ancient Underground Fortress. Yeah, we just keep traversing. Finding what we can. Getting some bosses along the way. And yeah, at this point we're just trying to hit every possible light route. I don't think we're quite at where the Spirit Temple and Construct Factory yet, are we? Or was that it? Can't quite see because the labeling is different at the zoom level. Have the abandoned Linaru mine. Ah, no, it's south of that. We'll know when we see it because the Spirit Temple is marked on the map. But basically, we hit everything we can, get constrained like crazy by the walls. I think that is the Construct Factory area. Or is it further south? Did a rematch? No, it's further south. We can kind of see where the partner statues and everything are. T-junction over here. Spring of Wisdom. Yeah, we're still pretty far. There's still something I haven't fully explored there. I remember I was looking for a treasure chest there, and that's why I marked it with a chest, because I'm pretty sure I'm missing a treasure in that location. Anyway, this continues to be a long excursion in the depths where we just try to open up as much as we can now that we understand the contiguity of the map. And then, yeah, we'll just continue hitting every location we can. Scouting ahead. And then, yeah, we're below the Spirit Temple. Now we haven't found it yet at this point, but we basically just clear some Yiga bases as we go. And this is where we find the Construct Factory for the first time. And this is where we also try to blow up all the rocks with our vehicles and then find the Spirit Temple for the first time. Mess around with the vehicle for a while, realize we can't progress, and then run around some more, trying to figure out whether we can do anything with the Construct Factory. We visit the various arm and leg depots. Actually do progress for a while and realize that we just can't do anything yet without some requirement, which turns out to be, well, I mean, we find out much later. But we couldn't unlock any of the switches, and it was unclear why. Anyway, at this point we hit another Colosseum, because we can. then we're still remaining in the depths all this time. Then we've got another boss rematch. Again, at this point, because we know that Hero's Path is revealing the entirety of my path, we will know what we are missing. I may, in fact, even take some time off stream to study the map to understand which locations we should go for before we next stream this game. Anyway, this is where we finally ascend back up to the Dueling Peaks, and we get up into the sky, back into the Great Sky Island, in fact, for the big battery upgrade, the very big battery upgrade that takes us all the way here until the low gravity effect throws me off and sends me all the way back down to the surface. That was a memorable sequence too, because that's when we upgraded our battery by about 27 slots or something all at once. On the second big upgrade trip to the Great Sky Island. But anyway, we play here in the Gerudo area for some time, and then at this point I think we're still somewhat involved in getting things like the fires unlocked, but mostly just clearing shrines. I haven't spent a lot of time in a canyon, but that was the vehicle drive that we have, the little side activity that we have. Our only time over at Thunder Plateau, we haven't really been back since. Didn't explore it very thoroughly, and I still don't really know much about what awaits me there. The map is getting pretty heavily layered at this point as we go to Hylia Island. Again, at this point, we are just finishing anything in the map. Oh yeah, this part is special. This is the session that I spent trying to get out of this pit after getting into the shrine, because this was when we kept getting out of here, trying to lay down a layer of ice so we could actually get out of the whirlpool safely with no paraglider and no fast travel. This was the biggest challenge to doing no paraglider and no fast travel at the same time. This location. So it was a struggle, but at triple speed, it seems like we get out of there quickly. And yeah, we go up to the sky briefly in that because it's dropping an object from the sky that is required for opening up the shrine down below. But then we get stuck here for ages. We get out eventually, triumphantly. And my goodness, that one was an experience. Still one of the most memorable parts of the entire run, trying to solve that specific traversal problem. Anyway, we play around in the water for a while, go all the way over to Eventide. Was this... no, it's not our first time in Eventide, but it is our first time in the depths over there to fill in the light route, because at this point we are just cleaning up all the light routes that are non-contiguous. So we're hitting as many of the isolated islands as we can to finish up the map. Then eventually that's going to lead me up to the Tingle Brothers Islands that are on the east coast. More time spent in Tino Village. I think that was a Lionel fight. At this point, yeah, I don't remember, but I remember I had a really rough Lionel fight, one of the few that we've done in this game. We haven't killed very many Lionels in total, to be honest. Because without the paraglider and without the ability to use updrafts, they were not quite as approachable as the last game, and the fact that I really didn't have my flurry rush timing down in this game at all. I just wasn't really using flurry rush effectively the way that I did for Lionel fights throughout Breath of the Wild. But yeah, that's where we were messing around with the sledding, I think, to figure out what was going on with this shrine. It takes me a while to realize, I think, that you have to go up to the sky and sled down to that location. So that's why we spent so long messing around there trying to figure out what the entrance would be. Because at this point I don't think I've found it yet. I do eventually go up to the sky and find the sledding point. Here we are at Fort Hatino, where we were earlier today. The special interaction at the fort, I guess, had not opened up yet because we hadn't done the relevant prerequisite quests. And we explore this for a bit. And then what do we have here? We are in the sky. This is when we're just basically combing around for shrines, maybe. We haven't done the Wind Temple yet at this point. That's one thing to remember. We try a few things with the Lost Woods entrance, give up on that eventually, go to Forgotten Temple. Ah, yes. So this was the time that we went down into the pit of Hyrule Castle to see if that was one of the last remaining light roots I was missing. At this point, I think I do in fact finish the light roots, because the one to the right of Hyrule Castle was, I believe, the last one I was missing. Unless it was the Rito Island one. It might have been the Rito one that was last. It was the Rito one that was last. I think that was something that we're going to see shortly. But at this point, I'm very close to completion on light roots, if not there yet. We fly around a bit. At this point, we're also switching between sky and surface quite a bit, and so I can't always keep up with the path, but we'll do our best. What was I even doing here? Oh yes, I was just doing the whole cave system in the mountains, looking over Zora's domain. Because of course, lots and lots of caves are unveiled by the cherry blossom tree in this area. All part of an interconnected system. We spent some time in Zora's domain yet again. And then I remember that there was a quest that takes me over here to the shrine as well, I think. Because we're just tying up loose ends at this point. And spend some time with the house again. And then this is where, yes, this is one of the last ones as well that we take, where we're explicitly... it's not a light route there, but it is a treasure, because it is actually revealed by the surrounding neighboring light route that's on the mainland. Or under the mainland. At this point, yeah, we're switching back and forth quite a bit. It's funny that even though this is much more recent, that I have less sharp a memory of it. Probably because I haven't really gone over the footage to clip it yet or anything, but... Ah yes, this is where we finally try to hit the shrine that we needed to drop into at the Korok Forest. And so we're in the sky for a bit, playing the archipelago. Because that's right, we ascend out of that. We ascend out of the irrelevant area. So yeah, we're just doing the big shrine mop-up. With all the locations that we know about at this point. That includes dropping all the way down to the depths for this area as well. Yeah, I dropped out the bottom of this labyrinth a lot, hence all the falling depths over there. This was also the rather memorable moment where Tulin kind of warped to the top of the labyrinth and interrupted me as I zoned in there as well, since that was, oddly enough, within his zone. Anyway, this is where we complete more of the skydive set. And we fight more bosses, almost certainly a construct. We do take another crack at Thunderhead at some point. And I think we'll probably see that soon, given my positioning here. Because I'm basically combing over islands, trying to look for shrines. At this point, I think I have a very good idea, due to the light routes, of what I'm missing shrine-wise in the sky. We also get a much better sense of just how far beyond 120 shrines we're going to be. And then here's doing that labyrinth, doing the basement as well, getting out of the basement contiguously and spending more time in the depths. Revisiting this quadrant for the first time since our first trip to the depths and not actually spending that much time there. So there's probably a lot of treasure there that has not been uncovered. Now that we have a much better picture of where that would be. Okay. And here, oh yes, that's right. That's where we finally fly out of that pit. Because it's a huge aperture going down to the depths, and we basically balloon out of there, and then we eventually go back to figure out the statue of the 8th heroine, but at that point we don't know that is actually the ancient hero. It is represented as the 8th heroine, according to myth and legend. This is yet another attempt. No, that's where we finish the light route. We finished the final light route here. It's also the grand finale with Master Koga, if I recall. Then, once we pop out of there, we just spend a lot of time in the mountains and prepare for the interaction with the Wind Temple. This is where we make our way up to the Sky Arc for the first time. I think we fall down once and make it back. But yeah, we basically hit the shrines on the island chain on the way up. We drop into the Arc. We open up what we can, but at this point we don't have Tulin handy, and we need to escort him up. So I, at some point, leave the Arc and go back. But we explore quite a lot of the Arc. Go back there, grab Tulin, escort him up, and then we are back there for the Wind Temple, and that's going to be Temple number 4. That is complete at this point. And then it warps directly to Rito Village, because again, huge warps as you complete temples. That's the most instant travel we do, is when we're just forced by the game like that. You can really notice the break in contiguity instantly. Like Cast Island, that was a lot of fun. Figuring out this one. Just doing the island sweep on this side. Finally making it back to Starview Island after totally flubbing the approach to it much earlier in the game. As you can see, there are lots of pods around it that we actually have not visited yet at this point. We should circle around that exhaustively at some point to find things like Sage's Wills, perhaps. We're going to make another attempt at Thunderhip soon at this point, if I understand where I am on the map. Because we're basically island hopping yet again. We upgrade at Temple once again. Yes, this is where we do the Temple timed challenge that gets me the Zonai pattern for the paraglider that we, of course, can't use yet at that point. Where we did the time challenge to not touch the ground, which we cheese using the vehicle. As you can see here, even though everything is clouded in Thunderhead, we play around in Thunderhead when we keep passing directly over the final shrine that are located in the game. We just never located it. So we'd fall back down, we'd try to make it back up. Pretty far along in a replay at this point. But yeah, we tidy up some locations along the way, and then fight the Flame Gleeok. That's very clearly a Flame Gleeok fight if you look at it. And we got knocked down into the water. I think. We also had that hard landing on a bridge. That might have been the one. Oh yes, I never got the Bubble Frog in that cave because of Blood Moon interrupting us while we were trying to loot it. We still have to go back at some point. This is the King Gleeok fight. It's the first of our sky fights with King Gleeok, I believe. And then, yeah, at this point we haven't really explored that area, so we come over here. And then play a bit in the desert. This is another cave system that we're exploring. Pretty obviously a cave exploration that we're doing there. Hopping in and out all over. And back to Gerudo Town. To the ruins again, basically revisiting caves at this point. Tidying things up. Totally didn't comment earlier in this replay on the whole Yiga Blade Master sequence. We did that much earlier. But we were darting around the map so quickly that I don't think I really talked about it. Yeah, I think at this point we finally completed the whole skeleton thing in the bottom left. Again, because we are playing at triple speed, that, you know, there's only so much granularity I can explain. This is where we're back in Kakariko Village. And we revisit that shrine because it's one of the ones that I had skipped, I think. Not knowing that I could do it without the glider, but then we make another attempt at it and we clear it. Yeah, because at this point I am going back over the map as well to clear shrines that I had bypassed earlier for paraglider reasons and thought about later and realized I could do. Or Hitino Village all the time. We go back and forth quite a bit. Yeah, because at this point we hadn't done anything on the mountain yet, really. We go back to Eventide to fight King Gleok up here. And then we basically drop some things out of the sky. Traverse along the way, doing some Korra cleanup. I think I had done the shrines long ago by this point, and so this was already in the late game cleanup phase in many respects. Snowfield. And then, oh, wow, we're darting around so quickly. Probably because we're flying so often at this point. We're just using flight vehicles in so many places. Having become very accustomed to that after so much time in the depths. And yeah, this is a shrine in a sphere that wasn't accounted for. Let's see how we trace so many paths in places like Zora's Domain. Oh, that's a lot of back and forth in Tarrytown. I don't quite remember what I was doing with that, but we, of course, were docking some weapons in the museum, and then back over here. He's feeling pretty brisk at this point, but just look at how much territory we're just completely bypassing. Yeah, we're still doing some hunting at this point. And back down to the surface. And yeah, it's a lot of cleanup, hence a lot of the direct travel without a lot of diverging from the plan here and there. Just kind of beelining to locations that we know we need to hit. This was another one of the shrines that I had to redo, I think. Because we did leave 4 or 5 of them dangling. Until we learn more about the game, or in at least one case got the skydive gear. This was where we cleaned up the other Sage's challenges in Deathblow Ruins. And then we're back in the sky to revisit that shrine. Yeah, this was the shrine cleanup, basically. We could do everything except Rito Shrine. That's not a King Gleok, if I'm not mistaken. And then we'll clean up over there. Yeah, we're just scouting a lot of the map at this point to try to find anything remaining. Or cave exploration as well. And then, yeah, still flying around in the sky to see what we can do. This is quite a lot of dashing back and forth. Then, we're doing here. Probably just checking islands again. Yeah, that's one of those islands where we... A bit of a maze into the interior for the treasure chest to rearrange mirrors, etc. Here, I don't even remember what we were doing, but yeah, again, it's just a lot of zipping around to find remaining locations. At this point, we decide to take on the Lionels in a floating Coliseum. Yes, I do remember that. That's where we get Majora's Mask. And then we spend a lot of time just going point to point for treasure hunting specifically, because I realize that named locations will have treasures. We don't quite get all of them, but we do get a fair bit. And we spend quite some time in the depths. I think at this point I was also very low on Zonite, so we partly wanted to come down to farm. Still hanging around Dorito, not Dorito Zone, I'm reading Ruto Mountain. We're hanging around a Zora Zone, obviously. Still just trying to explore and hitting as many Sky Islands as we can to look for it. Ah, this is where we find Dragon Head. No, we had found it previously, though, I think. Haven't we? But anyway, we're here. We fall down, we go back up. I actually don't recall how far along we were when we got the Minoru Mask. But anyway, we definitely have it at this point because we have shown sufficient time spent on Dragon Head. We've reached that successfully. That's a lot of fall damage once again. Why was it there specifically? Oh yeah, I was traversing snow a bit, and yeah, at this point we're also dashing about. We attempt Rito Village again to no avail at this point. Yeah, that's the last big series of attempts that we make there, I think, where I get soft locked. Indeed. And Royal Ancient Lab, and then Forgotten Temple once again. And notice that we're finally circling around to some of the central shrines. Oh, and here's a big moment coming. Not. Yeah, this is just one big shrine cleanup where we're starting to approach some of the central locations. No doubt we just circumvented Lookout Landing entirely over there. We're showing that off. Back to Kakariko. Interesting that we were probably searching around for that innkeeper that time too, and we just never found him until today. Still taking some deaths occasionally. Then, oh, we're in the depths. Right, because I wanted to go back to Korok Forest. Probably for the final set of upgrades from Hestu, or so I think. We basically have to go back a long way every time to get the Hestu upgrade, and I didn't know how far off we were from total completion. Anyway, Zonite Forge Island. I think it's at this point that we finished the skydive set. No? Did we do it earlier? I've lost track at this point. Trying to reconstruct hundreds of hours from memory as we look over this cartographic reminder. So yeah, again, we're still circling at that point. I don't think we had revealed the map yet, because that's something we did very recently in the postgame. And okay, this is a big moment here. This is where we finally see Lookout Landing for the very first time. Notice how close we are to the end of this scroll. We're within the last 3 bars, so within roughly the last 15 hours of travel. Which also gives you a sense of proportion for how much of the game we actually do spend in things like menus. Because, yeah, this is where we decide to take a save and take it over to Hyrule Castle. Now, here's the question. Since we're in the post-game file, does it show that I head down to Hyrule Castle and reach the point of no return and fight Ganondorf, or basically what's the branching point on the hero's path? Is it just the post-game save? We're about to find out, because it is at this point that back in mid-July, almost 2 months ago at this point, in fact, I decide to just beeline to the finale. And that's where we go from pre-completion to post-completion with the paraglider intact. So let's watch it. And sure, let's, against our better judgment, do it in triple speed. As we see, look at landing for the first time, then we mess around a little bit. Oh, at the gatehouses? That's interesting. And is it showing me the quests that I'm filling at this point? Did we do that before the finale? I don't remember. There's a particular point at which it forced the paraglider. Ah, yeah, no, because we're playing underground at this point and messing around with the cave system underneath. And doing some of the early quests where you explore the cave system underneath and clear some space. I think we did that before completing. Yes, because we also went to the prison area and everything. And made one more attempt over there. And yet, this is where we go for the final boss. And I think it does show me at this point the path that we take to Ganondorf, and maybe it'll kick us back out after that to show the continuation. Yeah, because it is showing us that we do the big underground traversal. And then at this point, yeah, we're seeing that at the point of no return file, I think I try to circle back up. So it doesn't show you the Ganondorf fight, I don't think. And it shouldn't. It kind of resumes from the save point with your completion file. And then because we were not using fast travel, we took the long way all the way back out, trying to fly out of here. And I think this is what we're seeing at this point, that we're in the post-game. Yeah, we'll go back to look at landing. And so now we're seeing the post-game content where I'm playing in Hyrule Castle and battling there, chasing the Phantom Zelda around in our very first post-game stream. We unfortunately had a lot of network lag while I was actually doing the Phantom Zelda battle. And at this point, we're still at 150 shrines complete for the longest time. We do a lot of exploration thinking that the river there is what to do. Oh, at this point, yeah, we go back to the Construct Factory because that's where we did, in fact, clear far enough to... Actually, no, because we don't clear the sky yet at this point. We just needed to go back and grab the Minoru mask, which we did without clearing the skies. And then it's at this point that we attempt the Spirit Temple in Construct Factory. And as you can see, this is where we hit every point in the Construct Factory, build the construct, and then go for the Spirit Temple after that. And yep, Construct Factory to Spirit Temple. We fight the Seized Construct, who I suppose will not be part of the finale sequence now since we've defeated him in advance. Pop back out. Beelining from one location to the next. Again, still at 150 shrines. And then we're still basically darting around a map trying to solve this. But we're exploring what we can along the way. And then, yeah, that back and forth is more horse-related cooking. We spent probably an hour on that. Still haven't figured out the veggie cream soup. And then, yeah, we basically go all around the sky trying to see what is the last sky shrine. Because we know there has to be one. And I suspect at this point that it is in Thunderhead, but we check everything else anyway. Then I don't quite remember what this was all about. Yeah, it was one of the side quests we were filling, I think. Considering this is recent stuff, I don't remember it well. Back to Lookout Landing, and we battle around a bit, and then this is where we go down into the depths. One more time. Hitting some zonite points along the way, and right, because that's actually the part where we do the quest to obtain the camera. That's the reason we go down to the depths in that area, is because the camera quest takes us down there. So it's at this point that we're finally doing some of what is technically the early game content. Now this is the session where we get the charged suit, the 3 parts of the charged suit, which finally take me over to Thunderhead with clear skies, and then we finally find the remaining shrine. Which for me is going to be a number 151 because we do save the Rito shrine for last. And then we fly around quite a bit. As you can see, we're getting pretty close to the present day at this point. A lot of quick traversal in the sky. Picking up some ferries for some reason. And then we know that the plan is eventually to get back to the Rito village to finally finish that. And yet, this is where we finish Shrine 152. And then this passage here is where I go directly back to the Great Sky Island, -1 fall, to pick up the gear reward for filling out shrines to 100%. So that's where this happens. Yeah, this is where we collect it at a Temple of Time, and then everything since has been in the last 2 streams, where we do the photo quest around Gerudo Town. This was last time we played, where we mess around down there for the longest time, just trying to find where the photograph should be taken. And I'm trying to locate it using the coordinates that we get from Patricia the Sand Seal. This is why we're just in Gerudo Town for so long. So that was last week here on the stream. And then as soon as we get to Kakariko here, you basically get to see the very brief segment that we did today. Wow. Yeah, because this was last stream actually where we zipped around and finally completed the last of the images. And then, yeah, here we are at Kakariko Village. So that's where we wound up at the beginning of this session, where we finally got to Kakariko again to turn in all of the photographs of the translations that needed to be done. And then now this is the first part of today's stream. where we finally found an innkeeper, and then we went to Fort Hitino to fight. And then did this little cave over here for the Misco treasure as well as the bubble frog. This was our route today, going up to Hitino village where we finally, after a brief diversion at a school, went up to the tech lab, and here we are. That's the end of the replay. So, that took me an hour and a half to commentate, and that was at full speed. And I did try to keep up with the zone changes as much as possible, and again, I really wish that we had a way to just have it automatically switch layers, even if there would be a lot of blinking up and down from time to time. I wish there were a setting for that. But we saw much, much more of this map than I thought we would. I didn't realize we would see actually that much traversal, that it would be a replay that, despite losing a significant amount of time, would still begin early enough to cover my very first approach to the Lightning Temple, my very first trip into the depths, and my very first ascent into the sky. And so that means that the sky map and the depths map are actually going to be complete and extremely useful when it comes to determining which spots we have not yet approached. So, now, because we spent so much time doing this, that is all I will have time for today. And at least we have a pretty complete picture of this, such that I mean, you know, the post-game, the entirety of the post-game here was in the last 3 segments or so of the progress bar that you can see, and so it really tells you how brisk that has been relative to the rest of my journey through here, and how, if you account for that, the little minor bits of travel that we're doing now are not really going to erase anything too significant. But I'm glad we took stock of where we were now that the Hero's Path has been made available to us. And we'll put the Shrine Sensor on something useful. We've completed filling out the compendium at this point, and then got 3 travel medallions. Adventure log is at 54 out of 60. Again, we don't know how far the Monstrous Collection quest is going to go, but then after that, hopefully that completes the side adventures, but if it doesn't, we don't know which side adventures actually remain. Because, yeah, we do know there's a quest to get Madison's photo back to her father. That was kind of an unmarked quest so far, so maybe there is more photo-related questing after this one. But the ambition will be to at least complete all side adventures, if not the bulk of the remaining quests, because, we still have 50 to go. Many of them that we just haven't found yet. We'll be doing what we can on the stream, and of course, having the Hero's Path reveal as much information as it did is very, very encouraging when it comes to figuring out what we actually have to cover, and in the sky especially, trying to recover the remaining sages' wills, because now we know which particular islands we might have missed. It's going to take a little bit of study of this map off-stream on my part in order to determine some of that and plan for future adventures, but then we're spacing out Zelda these days about once a week, and so that is going to give us plenty of room to work with. That is going to be all for today. See how we did actually have a bit of a bitrate dip earlier, which hopefully didn't stutter this extremely fast-moving map footage too much, because that would be an awful place for that to happen, to drop frames like crazy with a sudden hiccup in a network. But we're going to end here. We've got the Nintendo Direct to watch in about 4 hours' time. And so it's best if we retire for now and send you on to something else. So, not much play today, but a pretty significant recap of most of our journey. I'll have to match that up to certain moments in our footage accordingly. So, thank you very much. once again for joining me. And enjoy whatever may be coming in the Nintendo Direct, which will affect some of our streaming plans perhaps in the days ahead, in a way that we will probably post about on the Discord server. With that out of the way, we'll probably send you on to another destination, so until we meet again, thanks for watching. It's been great to sit through a big recap and just kind of absorb what we've done so far at very high speed. Have a great week ahead of you, have fun with everything, and as always, fare thee well.